Welcome to GRUXonline. I am Emma Vario. I'm kind of your host tonight. I'm also the UX lead at Frozen Byte. I'm a member of the steering committee of the GRUX SIG, which is part of the IGDA, and I am the chair of this conference. If you don't know, GRUX stands for Games Research and User Experience, and if that sounds like a mouthful, it basically just means that we believe players should be at the heart of development. It's easy to sometimes get distracted with cool mechanics, flashy particle effects, or something else that you're working on in the game. But our job as designers and researchers is to always have the player at the forefront of our minds and to make sure that their experience is what was originally intended. A little bit of how this conference came to be. We were really sad when the North America Summit based in Montreal was cancelled last spring. And we're very happy that the community stepped up and John Hobson ran a summer camp online on the day of the conference. As that took off really well, we got really excited and wanted to do a tiny bit fancier version of it and decided to do it in the fall, as that's usually when the EU Summit has taken place. And because of that, it was also natural that it would be in a EU time zone. This is definitely not meant to replace the summit, as was not the summer camp either. The summit will happen next year in the spring, and there will be more news about that a little bit later. But for today, we have tons of awesome content happening, and we're very glad to share it with you. We're thankful for everyone who submitted to talk or helped make this conference a reality. There are tons of people who helped out. Thank you. Of practical stuff. As you might have noticed, this is completely free and we're happy to make it so. There will be 2 tracks showed live on our YouTube channel, where there'll be also chat for both tracks, so you can talk about the content as it's happening. All of the videos that we have permission for will be made available on our YouTube channel after the fact as well. So if you want to go back and watch stuff, or if you missed something, you can come back to it later. The schedule can be found on our website, as well as a link to our Discord server if you want to talk about the talks there after the live event. But for now, let's get ready for the day and the first talks. Thank you so much for being with us. Have fun with the conference, and I'll see you in the chat.
Hi everyone, my name's Steve Bromley. Thank you for joining me today. I'm really happy to be talking to you about collaboration between researchers and other disciplines. I personally think as a researcher develops, soft skills become key to having an impact with your studies. And today I'm glad to be having the opportunity to talk to you more about this. So first of all, a bit about me and my background. I was a user researcher at PlayStation in their team in London for about 5 years. Since then, I've left games and am working to help set up some new user research teams in other industries, but I've still had the opportunity to work with some games teams and some VR studios, which has been really exciting to keep up with it all. I also started and continue to run the Games User Research Mentoring Scheme. I have a bit more to talk about that related to that at the end of this talk, so we'll come back to that later. But on to what we're going to cover today. So, as we know, making a game is very hard. It involves decisions throughout the development process, big decisions early on, such as what should the game be about, moving on towards smaller decisions later on, such as how do we make sure the player is looking in the right way to see this interaction or this event that happened in the game. And luckily, as user researchers, we have a variety of methods that reveal information to help make that decision making easier. We understand from our studies what issues players encounter, why those issues occurred, and that can help us create a better experience in the way that the designer intended. But there's a problem. We are not designers, and it's not us, the researchers, who are making those decisions about how to fix the issues that we see in our studies. This creates a communication gap between us researchers who have relevant information that will help and the people who need to use that information to make decisions. Much like a tree falling in a forest, a research study makes no sound if decision makers don't use the information we're learning. Today, we're going to look at some reasons why that problem occurs, and also some techniques to help overcome that problem and help increase the impact of the research studies we are running. There's a couple of reasons why this is important. As we know, research helps us find problems earlier than waiting until the game is launched and then finding out all these problems with the game, and so it helps us make better things. It's useful to learn that earlier in development so that we can iterate it before it's launched and come to a better implementation of the idea by the time it hits launch. Also, as we know, it's much cheaper to fix those problems earlier. It's cheaper to fix an idea that you have and change your idea before you make a prototype. It's cheaper to change a prototype than it is to change a game in production, and it's cheaper to change a game in production than it is to change one post-launch. So as researchers, we believe it's better to resolve those ideas early and avoid wasting development time. Today, we're going to look at 3 reasons why this might happen. The first, that people are unaware that research is occurring. The second, people don't care that research is happening. And the third, that people misunderstand the findings from research. I believe that by understanding these issues, we can help overcome them and increase the impact of our research studies. So, the first problem, people don't know research has occurred. As we know, game development is very busy, and developers, producers, designers are very busy people with many conflicting demands on their time, and they're unlikely to actively seek out information. That's particularly the case when they don't know the information is out there. If they don't know that research has occurred, they're not going to go out and actively seek, has some research happened related to this subject? It can feel like a waste of their time to have a look without knowing whether they're going to find some research or not. This is a bad thing for us. If people are unaware that research findings exist, they won't seek them out, they won't discover them, and they won't use that information to inform the decisions they're making for design. What this means for a research team is that we need to aggressively over-communicate the studies that we're running and that we're running studies at all. There's a lot of techniques that you can use to do this, and I personally prefer combining them all, so using all of these together. Some of them include being very active on internal comms tools like Slack, having your own channel for user research, but also following the discussions in the other channel and piping up when you're aware that a relevant study has information that's helpful to the team's discussions that they're having. As a research team, you can also run an internal newsletter to update everyone on the studies that you're running and some of the key findings that you found, and also blog posts, both internally if you want to communicate specific findings, or externally if your goal is just to say the research team is out here and we're doing studies, and if you work at the same company as us, please keep an eye on the type of thing that we're doing. Also, making sure that you take every opportunity to talk at internal team meetings, whether you have regular show and tells or regular huddles meetings where everyone gives an update on what their team has been doing recently, making sure that user research is always represented in that space and that every study that you're running is described so that teams both know what work you have done and that you're available to do work. And this can be combined with an internal team site on an intranet, for example, listing all your previous research studies, listing some of the reports if you're creating reports, and also giving details of how teams can approach you to commission further studies. An example of where this work has gone really well in the past is with GDS, the Government Digital Service in the UK. You might be familiar with some of the posters that they've created in the past. I've got some examples here, but there are many other examples of the posters that GDS have been making. They took an aggressive, essentially a propaganda campaign to push some of the principles of user-centered design and push the idea of evidence-based decision-making, making sure that their posters were visible in all internal spaces inside their workplace, using things like stickers so that people could attach them to their laptops to show allegiance to some of these principles, and creating a buzz about user-centered design as a result of this. They did it with principles, but it doesn't have to just be done with user-centered principles. You could also use posters and prominently display in real-world spaces some of the key findings from research studies or upcoming research studies you're running, or congratulating a team who have run many research studies with you. And this will help create awareness that your team exists, that you're running studies, and also interest that might intrigue someone to think, oh, that finding looks kind of related to the work I'm doing. I should go seek out the team and ask them about the work that they've done recently. There are techniques to take this even further, and you've probably seen in the wider user research community people talking about research repositories a lot recently. So one of the challenges we have as user researchers is we do run individual studies, and often that study, you create a report at the end and you have some findings inside the report. Often those findings might be relevant not just at that time that that study was run, but they might be relevant again in the future. For example, if you're finding some universal truths about user behavior or finding some best practices around tutorials, just because you found that on a usability study doesn't mean that it's only useful then. Your team might create tutorials in the future and want to know about this in the future. The issue we have is because that information is captured in a report, it's hard to discover. The team will need to know which report has that information in order to look at the findings you've found about tutorials. The idea of a research repository is to fix this problem. They take all the individual findings from the report and put it in a database using there's bespoke tools, but you can use things like Airtable or any sort of database software that captures both the insight, the thing that you learnt, but also some tags that make it discoverable in the future. So we found this finding, it was about tutorials, and it was about this game, could all be tags that you'd attach to your finding. And then in the future, someone can run a query on a database and return all the findings that have ever been found about tutorials if they're looking at tutorials again in the future. This overcomes the issue of people needing to know what report it is to look at to find each specific finding that you've ever found about tutorials. It's particularly useful when you have streams of data. So for example, if you're running regular player surveys or asking for player feedback regularly, particularly if you're looking at churn, you're looking at when players leave, what reasons they give for leaving, you're not going to interpret all of that data immediately, and it's a continual flow of data coming in. But if you're tagging it, you can later run queries against the data so that you can look through all the player feedback to find anything anyone ever mentioned about tutorials, and then analyze that raw data better. This, as you imagine you can see, can be dangerous. By giving this control to teams to allow them to query the data themselves, they could search for evidence for their pre-existing conclusions. If they think that the jump is floaty, they could search for jump, find 50 responses that say the jump is floaty, and say, look, 50 players said the jump is floaty. But without the context of seeing the study, you don't know how important those findings were when they were found. And it might just be evidence for an agenda that someone has. So as a researcher, we need to be careful about both who we allow to use databases like this, but also what conclusions are drawn, and make sure we still have a quality control over what conclusions are being drawn from the data. But it is an interesting area, and I can see why research teams are exploring it further. And so we've seen some techniques such as active communication and propaganda that will help people know when research is occurring and what research has occurred. The second problem I want to talk about today is that people might not care that research has occurred. This describes when someone knows a study has occurred, but they're not using it to inform their decision making. This can occur for a variety of reasons. Some of them are simple, some of them can be very complex to solve. It could be just that people don't see why this study is relevant to them or what they've been working on recently. It can be challenges thinking, okay, I've understood there's a problem, but I don't know what to do about that problem in order to resolve it in my game. One of the hardest issues that teams might have to resolve is when the incentives don't promote evidence-based decision making. There's a saying that it's very difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on him not understanding it. And as researchers, we're very interested in ensuring that people have a positive player experience, but perhaps that's not the motivation of every person that we interact with in game development. So some techniques that we can use to help address this and help people care that research has occurred and that they want to use the findings based on it. The first is taking that GDS work we looked at earlier, advocacy and promoting evidence-based decision making, using techniques like posters, stickers, talking about it a lot, sharing case studies can get people excited about user-centered design, making decisions based on user research, and can just make people feel more engaged with the process and care about it. Also, as researchers, we need to understand the people we're working with and their incentives. The first research interviews we should be running when we work with a new team is with that new team to understand what problems do they have, what's their previous experience with user research, and what we can be doing that makes their lives easier. For some people, their goal is to speed up development time, and we could be explaining how research can help speed up development time. For others, they might want to create the best player experience that's ever been made. And again, we can help describe how user research can help make better player experiences. But we need to spend that time to understand people and their motivations that we work with so that we can describe our research studies in the right way to convince them. Another thing that's essential for making people care about research is to make sure we're defining our research objectives together. Rather than just a researcher going away and thinking about what do I want to run a study about, they should be meeting with their team members, understand the current decisions that their team members are about to make, and then plotting their research studies so that they give relevant information at the right time for the team's priorities. Another technique, and I think we'll talk more about this later on in this presentation, is using workshops to help address the issues. So not just presenting problems to the teams, but helping them come up with the solutions collaboratively by facilitating workshops and helping them take action based on what they're learning from your reports. But as I say, we'll look at this in more depth in a second. One technique that I found helps a lot with this is collaborative analysis. So as you know, traditionally a user researcher will run a study. They'll collect some data either by observing issues or by looking at player survey feedback or by looking at analytics. They'll go away, analyse that data and come back with a report. That's fine, it's efficient, but it doesn't create a high level of engagement between the game team and the findings that you're presenting. Another technique to help address this is running that data analysis as a collaborative session with your game team, with your designers, with your producers, with the developers. To make that work, everyone needs to understand the research objectives beforehand and needs to observe players themselves. They need to be watching the players playing or watching videos of the players playing and writing down notes of the issues that they see where the player hasn't understood where they're meant to go, hasn't understood what they're meant to do, or other observations related to the research objectives emerged. We'll then ask them to write their observations down on post-it notes and then run a session where we've prepared areas in a room with topics. That could be levels, that could be features, it could be screens that appear in the game, and ask people in turn to look at their observations and stick them next to the relevant topic. Then as a group you can aggregate them like you would with affinity mapping normally to draw out what are the key themes about the observations that have been made and together decide what are the top issues that have emerged. This doesn't replace analysis. As we know, researchers have special skills that enable them to identify issues or describe issues better than a layperson. But by starting analysis with a group session, it gets everyone feeling invested in the research and like it's their own work. And then when it comes to presenting the report after the researcher has taken those initial groupings away, done some work to investigate and describe the issues, and comes to present them back to the game team, it means the game team will recognise the findings and feel like it's their own work, potentially making them more likely to do something about the findings that they've seen. So those were some techniques to help address the problem of people not caring that research has occurred. The final problem I want to talk about today is that people might not understand research findings. This describes when they both are aware a study's happened, they care about the research and they've seen a report and they want to do something about the problems that they've seen, but then they go and do the wrong thing as a result of trying to fix the problem. This can be due to a misunderstanding, obviously, and it's potentially worse than some of the other problems we've seen otherwise, because people will have a high confidence in making the wrong decision because they think they've understood the issue when they haven't, rather than being unsure about it and having doubts. They're going to be confident they're doing the right thing, even when they're doing the wrong thing. So the key technique that researchers need to be thinking about to address this is making sure that people can interpret our findings to come to the correct conclusion. For every finding that we have, we need to be describing why did it occur, what is it about the game that caused the player to do this action, so that the finding can be targeted at the right thing, and also help describe what the impact of that issue was. So because of that issue, what did the player do that was wrong? Again, that will help people decide how severe this issue is. If a player wasted only 1 minute of their time as a result of this issue, that's less severe than someone who wasted 3 hours of their time. And this will help our colleagues in design and producers prioritize the findings that we're presenting. So an example of a poorly described issue is this one on the side that says people were unhappy with the story choices they had made in Batman the Telltale series. It's clear that's an issue, people are unhappy and there's a problem there, but it's not clear why that issue occurred. It could be there's not enough story choices. It could be that the story choices, how they were described, was misleading and people thought Batman was going to do one thing and he went and did something completely different. Or it could be any other reason why it occurred. So to address this, we need to be making sure to describe why the issue occurred, what is it in the game that made that issue happen, and also the impact, what did that cause players to do. When this same issue is fully described in that way, we can see that actually people were unhappy because they couldn't see the story options and they didn't know they were making choices in the game which made them sad because they then made important decisions without being aware that there were other options available to them. That makes it much clearer to the game team okay, what is the problem? The problem is the legibility of the options, and increases the chance they're going to take the right action to fix it. Of course, this is easy for usability issues like the one described here, but it's still relevant for all types of issues, whether you're describing problems with the game or just describing player behavior in general to help inform game design decisions. We need to be making sure we're comprehensive about how we describe them. Another thing I think is very important when researchers are describing their findings is describing the limitations and the unknowns from their study. So every study has limitations or caveats due to being pragmatic. We can't see 100 users for every usability study, so there are going to be some usability findings that are going to be unrepresented. We can't see every type of user for every type of study, so there's going to be some audiences who are not represented. And we need to be honest to our game teams about these limitations. Some of the limitations might be due to the method, some might be due to the sample, the type of people that we could get, and some might be due to the context. For example, it was a lab-based study, and so we didn't see some issues that might only occur in a player's own living space with motion-based games. By acknowledging these limitations or the caveats with each of our individual studies, it helps build trust. It helps teams recognize, okay, this researcher will say things they're not confident about, and so the things they are telling me they must be confident about, and again increases the likelihood they're going to take action based on the findings you're presenting. And ultimately that leads to better quality decision making. We don't want game teams to have high confidence in a finding that we're not confident about and then take the wrong decision. We need to be clear about the limitations of our work. A related topic is about recommendations. So the problem we've been trying to fix with this problem we're describing is that teams might not take the right action based on our presenting our findings. One way you could address that is a researcher could say what to do about it. In that Batman issue we saw, we could say, why not make the story options bigger? And then they'll be more legible and people will be able to see the options. However, this might be naive when done by researchers alone. We don't understand the other disciplines' background as well as they do. So we might be describing things that are technically not possible, that a developer would recognize this isn't technically possible. We might be presenting things that take a long time to develop, which a producer would recognize, oh, we don't have time to do this. Or we might be describing things that are not an ideal solution or not aesthetically good, which again, a graphic designer or a UX designer would recognize as not a good solution. So we can look naive if we're giving recommendations unprompted, and again, this will impact trust in our research skills. However, we also do have expertise. We know a lot about player behavior. We've seen a lot of players interact with games, and so we have relevant information that we want to share. And so there is a way to address this, which is collaborative workshops, which is the last thing I want to talk about. So it's very common for a research team to write a report of their research findings and then present them to the game team. However, this doesn't have to be the end of the interaction that we have with our game teams, and you can follow up that report presentation with a workshop deciding what should we do about the research findings we've just heard, which can help reduce misunderstanding. A format for that can be returning to each of the top findings from your report and asking everyone individually to come up with 2 to 3 potential solutions, again writing them on post-it notes and then presenting them to the group. As a group, you can evaluate each of the solutions, giving input based on your discipline. So a user researcher can add some assessment based on their understanding of player behavior. A developer can talk about what's technically feasible. A producer can talk about what we have time for. And together you can decide on what is the best solution or combine multiple of them to make a combined best solution. You can then decide who's going to take this fix forward and who's responsible for it, and work through each of the top priority issues in turn until each of them has a resolution, or at least exploring a fix assigned to someone. And this will help teams make sure that they're doing something based on the findings that you're presenting and that they've understood them correctly. So to sum up what I hope to have talked about today, I believe that better communication will increase the impact of our work. As user researchers, we put a lot of expertise into planning and running high quality studies, and it's a shame where that doesn't have the impact it deserves due to team members not understanding or not caring about research findings. But hopefully today we've talked about some techniques that can be helpful to help people understand them and take the right actions based on them. There's one last thing I wanted to cover today. So as I mentioned at the beginning, I run the mentoring scheme, and I'm very interested in helping new people join the industry, become user researchers, and develop early stages in their career. In 2021, I am releasing another book. It's called How to Be a Games User Researcher, which aims to help people discover what a games user researcher does and how to be one. It covers how games get made and what the different parts of game design are and the type of people that we'll be interacting with as a user researcher. It talks about how to run high quality user research studies and exactly what the job of being a user researcher is. And it also has career and development tips to help people get their first job in the games industry. If you're interested, there's a website, gamesuserresearch.com, which is the place to look to get the updates about this. It also has a mailing list on it, so if you want to make sure you don't miss it, do sign up to the mailing list. I also think there'll be an early discount for people who are on the mailing list, so it's worth doing if you think you want to get the book. And that's everything from me. Thank you for the opportunity today to share my thinking about research and research impact. I've really enjoyed it. If you're interested in keeping up with the things that I'm up to, do follow me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is on there at Steve_Bromley. But today from me, thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Hello, I'm Emma Barrio, the GRUXonline conference chair. I hope you're enjoying our talk so far. If you'd like to be a part of the conversation with our attendees, join on the YouTube live chat or in our Discord. Links are in the description below.
Hi, my name is Evelyn, and I'm currently doing a PhD at the University of York, where I investigate team dynamics in digital game teams. Today we'll be exploring what constitutes effective communication in real-world teams that operate in chaotic extreme environments where there are severe consequences for poor teamwork. In my research, I am generally interested in understanding how we can help teams work well together. And by work well, I mean, how do we help them perform well as a team, to achieve what they were set out to do? But how do we also simultaneously develop a pleasant, productive climate in the team? Within digital games, I am particularly interested in teams with strangers. And this is because playing with strangers is really common. And while playing with strangers can be interesting and challenging, it can also be really frustrating. This is particularly evident in competitive team-based games. Player retention is also related to having more friends in a game, and so one of the overarching goals of my research is to try and figure out how we can facilitate in-game friendships or bonds to form between strangers despite their short-lived one-off interactions. So in the next 20 minutes or so, I'll try and get us to think about how we can design systems, design communication systems that allow better teamwork between strangers. And my goal for today's talk really is to try and inspire new ways of thinking about how communication systems in the games are designed, the social interactions they afford, and its influence on play experience. We'll be looking at swift starting action teams, which, as said in their name, they must start swiftly. That means they have to perform well immediately and perform as they warm up. These teams usually do not have the chance to train together or develop together, and this is because these teams are usually formed of well-trained strangers with no or limited prior knowledge of each other. They also face high stakes from the beginning and include teams like emergency medical teams, airline crews, and even some firefighting teams. These teams generally work in fast-paced environments under intense time pressure, and to perform well, they need to quickly and effectively communicate, coordinate, and make decisions. Now, these characteristics actually sound really familiar because we see them a lot in many team-based games, especially the competitive team-based games like CSGO, League of Legends, Overwatch, Rainbow Six Siege, and the like. But digital game teams are not entirely similar to swift-starting action teams. The main difference is that the consequences of digital games are just not as severe. Digital games also have a fun aspect, while swift-starting action teams are purely performance-focused. This is an important point to remember because it will kind of help you understand why certain communication behaviors were of focus in swift-starting action team training. And finally, team-based games have different levels of time pressure, so they don't all face high time pressure. This depends on the genre, of course. But the main point here is that in both contexts, we see teams of strangers who have to come together for a short duration and have to perform immediately to achieve some goal before disbanding and probably never really seeing each other again or for a long period of time. So we're going to be looking at team communication today because it serves multiple functions. Communication helps a team to convey information to each other, to establish interpersonal relationships, and establish predictable behavior and expectations, which may be particularly important for virtual teams. Communication is also used to maintain attention to a task and to maintain situational awareness. So it was kind of a really obvious way from which we could influence teamwork. In swift-starting action teams, communication is really important. 70% of the first 28,000 reports made to NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System in 1981 were related to communication problems. And this finding was really what sort of formed the basis of the direction of crew resource management, where they started to focus a lot of training on standardized communication processes or behaviors that help to ensure effective teamwork and to reduce errors. Yeah. This is similarly found in medical teams, where the root cause of nearly 70% of patient sentinel events, which are events that lead to patient death or severe physical or psychological damage to patients, is the result of communication failure. So a lot of communication training and procedures that is found in medical teams is actually modeled after the aviation industry. So from this, we can kind of learn that a team of experts does not make an expert team. And why I say that is because in all these teams, they are all composed of highly trained and highly skilled members, and yet they still face communication problems and teamwork, poor teamwork. So what does effective communication look like? What are the traits of effective communication for these teams? There are two main communication behaviors that we see. And the first is called closed loop communication, which is, put simply, the act of responding to commands. So in this graph on the right, we see that the first step is where a sender or someone makes a call out, and this call out is usually an instruction or command. And this call out may or may not be explicitly directed, given that the team is composed of strangers. Team members may not be familiar enough with each other to know their names, so they may either call out their role or just sort of put it out there for the team for whoever to respond to. And then the person whose role the call out is referring to will respond by checking back to ensure that what has been heard is correct. And then once they make this check back, the person who sent the first call out will then confirm that the check back was correct, confirm or verify it. So an example here would be, maybe a doctor would say, apply 2 liters of oxygen via the nasal cannula. And the doctor wouldn't refer to anyone, but then the relevant nurse would then say 2 liters oxygen via nasal cannula, which is them checking back for what they've just heard, after which the doctor then says, yes, that's correct. And by communicating in this way, it ensures that information has been sent, specifically information related to a task, has been heard and understood. If there's no confirmation in the form of closed-loop communication after a task has been assigned, it remains unclear if a specific task will be executed, and this increases the possibility of missing an important action or losing valuable time during a crucial process. So by using closed-loop communication, it will reduce misunderstandings, ambiguity, and errors. And so it seems that closed-loop communication is particularly important when teams need to make fast and accurate actions, when they need to execute and allocate these critical actions quickly and effectively. So in games, for example, in Counter-Strike, it may look like the leader saying, storm the front, and then the fragger, who is the person that always goes in first, will then say, storming the front, to check back that that is what's happening, and the support person will say roger that, also sort of checking back and acknowledging. So the closed-loop communication pattern doesn't always have to be a 3-step thing, it could just be a 2-step thing. It's just a sequence that, it's just this sequence of responding to an information, specifically an instruction that's been sent out. So the communication loop has always been closed. In this way, there's less ambiguity about whether an instruction is going to be followed up, which I guess for team games, it means that less people will die and get angry and blame their teammates for not following up. The other communication practice that we see in swift starting action teams is implicit communication, which is where team members voluntarily offer necessary information to their fellow teammates. This is different to explicit communication, which involves offering information in response to a specific request. Communicating in this way makes communication more efficient. It reduces communication overhead, which is the cost of sharing information. It is the proportion of time spent communicating instead of getting things done. And when teams are able to implicitly communicate, it shows that they're able to anticipate each other's needs. Unsurprisingly, implicit communication is most prevalent in high stress and high workload conditions, because in fast-paced environments where teams are engaged in a complex task and under time pressure, they are under high workload. They need to spend their limited time and cognitive resources on completing the task at hand. When team members communicate unnecessary information, this could use up attentional resources and distract from what's important, which can lead to poor coordination or for important things to be missed. So in a study on Navy teams, they found that the difference between high-performing and low-performing Navy teams is that the high-performing teams would change their communication strategy to be more implicit during high workload conditions. So in games, this might look like, in League of Legends, for example, you would have Annie in the mid lane saying there's an enemy ward in this bush. A few seconds later, she may say the opponent mid laner has just used their flash. And then a few seconds later, she may say the opponent's jungler is in the top lane. And by broadcasting this information without being asked for it, Annie is actually giving this necessary information to her fellow jungler, so that the jungler can make a decision on whether to come and gank the lane. And this is not just good for the jungler, it's also good for other members of the team because they then have an updated understanding of their shared environment. So how do closed-loop communication and implicit communication fit in together? Closed-loop communication seems to relate to instructions, ensuring that there are no misunderstandings and that every instruction has a response and has been followed up. Whereas implicit communication relates to, it's more about providing information about the environment and the task, and this allows the team to maintain situation awareness, and also helps team members to coordinate and make better decisions, especially when there's a lot going on. So how might this knowledge inform how we think about communication system design? Well, one way to do this is or one thing that comes to mind for me really is to think about whether the communication systems in your games already allow players to respond to information and commands. And by communication system here, I am referring to systems that allow players to automatically send communication content. This can be pings or automated messages and even emotes. So do your systems allow players to give a response like yes or no or not yet whenever other players have given an instruction, and do they allow players to do this quickly and easily? The other thing to note here is that sometimes actions and behaviors can be used to signal that an instruction has been heard, but I think that if this goes unnoticed by the sender, it can lead to a poor outcome. In terms of implicit communication, I feel like many games seem to have pretty good content when it comes to being able to broadcast information about the environment or about their needs. This seems to be the first area of focus of communication systems when it comes to team play. So probably less of an issue there. The second thing that I thought about was adaptability. The next question really is how do we get, now that players have access to the communication content that allows them to carry out these behaviors, are players actually carrying out these behaviors? And how do we get them to do so? So to encourage close-loop communication, for example, maybe that could be prompts on the screen whenever a teammate gives an instruction. Kind of like the recommended responses that platforms like LinkedIn have whenever you receive a message. So, for example, this is League of Legends. Maybe whenever a team member gives an instruction or makes a suggestion, like Drake now, that could be a recommended response that pops up on the side of the screen that encourages players to make a response. And maybe this recommended response would only disappear once a player has chosen a response. And this way, it would reduce the ambiguity about whether other teammates are going to follow up on an instruction that was just broadcasted. And if this seems to help teamwork, it may encourage players to then continue this behavior in the future, which could then spread through the rest of the community as a standard way of communicating. But what about implicit communication? How can we encourage this kind of broadcasting behavior, but necessary broadcasting behavior? I think this is something that probably comes as players gain more experience and are exposed to different players and teams that use this communication behavior. In the literature, it shows that, or it suggests that implicit communication is a byproduct of familiarity within the team. So you're better able to anticipate the needs of other team members when you actually know them better. So you need to have a work history together. But perhaps we can actively encourage implicit communication behaviors by encouraging players to be more communicative in general and to use ping tools more frequently and more efficiently. So maybe one way is to make it obvious the communication differences between high-performing and low-performing teams. And perhaps one way to do this is to create a communication score that shows, how responsive someone is, how many callouts or information related to the environment a person generally makes, and how many commands and instructions does a player send. And maybe even rewarding players that communicate in this way. And so that this can perhaps, through the system, encourage players to adopt this behavior. These are just some of the things that I've thought about in terms of how we can apply the lessons we learned from starting action teams into the games today. But I am not a designer and I'm not a developer. I am a researcher and would love to try and test these out with whoever is willing to collaborate. So yeah, thinking about availability and adaptability. But is performance all we should care about? So all this time we've been talking about performance, how to make teams more effective, and all the communication behaviors and lessons have been about how we can make Swift-starting action teams more effective. And by effective in that context, it's safer and completion time, quicker, more accurate, and this and that. But earlier, as I mentioned, I'm interested in both aspects of a team working well together, the performance aspect and the climate. So Swift-starting action teams are performance-focused generally because of their time pressure and the critical nature of their tasks. Members of Swift-starting action teams don't typically have time to develop interpersonal relations, and this might be why we don't really see any training or interventions related to developing social relations between team members. But we know that in games, this is different. People play to have fun, and we know that games support social connections between people. So really the other question is, what kind of communication behaviors or patterns or content help to develop a positive climate in a team? For this, I'd like to share a few observations that I made during my user study of teams in Portal 2. So full disclaimer, Portal 2 does not have the same level of intensity or time pressure as competitive team-based games. But I chose Portal 2 because it's Portal 2, it's really fun. Because the goal of the game really is to get from point A to point B without distractions. And this makes it a lot easier, or it rather creates a more controlled environment for me to be able to investigate the effective communication in teams as strangers. So for this study, I looked at 33 teams of strangers who were fully virtual. They were placed in different rooms, and they could only communicate using text chat and pings. And I chose this setup because I wanted to replicate the typical level of anonymity you would find in many online team-based games. I then analyzed communication using Bell's interaction process analysis, which is a pre-established communication framework with 4 higher order categories and 12 subcategories for each higher order category. The 4 categories are positive reactions and includes things like encouragement, laughter, and acceptance. Giving answers, which you can think about it as giving directions, giving opinions, sharing your current experience. The third category is asking questions, so asking for directions or instructions, asking for opinions, and asking for other people's experiences. And the fourth category is negative reactions. This includes disagreeing, showing tension towards your teammate, and showing tension in general, like being frustrated at something. And what I found was that teams that communicated more via text chat generally performed worse. I should say as well, I haven't actually analyzed the communication using pings. So really, this is only a partial picture of the communication in the team and what's going on. So take it all with like a pinch of salt. But anyway, I also found that communication contributes to performance over and above the level of prior experience. This means that even if a team is made up of players who have had previous experience with Portal 2, communication still influences how well the team did. And this goes back to the whole thing about a team of experts does not make an expert team. Communication and teamwork is still really important. In terms of what the communication content was, we found that it was mostly the most frequent reason why people communicated was to give instructions, and an analysis using a word cloud analysis showed that the most common word was go. So in this graph, we see that task-related communication, specifically giving answers or giving instructions, remained the highest throughout the duration of the interaction on average. But communication was also really positive, and the most frequent word was nice. And again, we see that this high level of positive communication maintained throughout the duration of the interaction. Interestingly, we also observed one of the teams ended up going for a sandwich after the experiment, even though they were complete strangers who were only communicating via text chat and pings. And I guess the question is, why or how did these strangers form a bond in their short interaction to the extent that they were willing to meet in real life? And looking at their communication can give us some clues. So on the y-axis, we have the communication categories from Bales. On the x-axis, we have the duration of interaction in minutes, and the blue circle and the orange cross represent the 2 players on the team. So we can see here that there was there was frequent non-task related chat. This is indicated by the frequency of communication code 13. So they were usually talking about other things outside of the immediate task or puzzle solving activity. There was also a lot of friendliness and encouragement and jokes and laughter. And this can be seen by the frequency of communication codes 1 and 2. So there's a lot of ha-ha-has, a lot of nice, a lot of way to go, great teamwork, things like that. And in general, we can see that both players were communicative, as we see the blue dot and the orange cross always quite close together. So there was a lot of reciprocal back and forth communication. So we can think about, again, content and behavior. How is this kind of content available, and how do we get players to adopt this behavior? For this, I think Dota 2 has actually done really well in this respect. For one, they allow players to customize their chat wheel, not just in terms of the choice of automated text, but you can also include emojis. And I think this is kind of helpful to convey emotions and, to some extent, lighten the mood, keep things light. Because I guess emojis can't ever really be taken sort of seriously or create a serious mood. And in many games, there are emotes that serve a similar function. But Dota 2 also includes phrases that contribute to the climate of the team. In addition to the typical stuff, they also have things like sorry, don't give up, my bad, relax, you're doing fine, and whoops. Which I think I haven't really seen this in any other game. To be fair, I don't play that many games, but I was really impressed when I realized that Dota has this. I'm not sure how Valve decided on these phrases, but I suspect that developers can uncover what are the frequent phrases or terms that players use that contribute to building a positive team climate by analyzing the text communication or even voice chat between team members. So I hope I've been able to help us think a little bit more about how we can design communication systems that allow better teamwork between strangers, and better teamwork here, again, is performance and climate. I want to close by just summarizing that a team of experts does not make an expert team, so we should find ways to guide players toward effective communication behaviors in order to improve teamwork between strangers. So that's me. Thank you very much for listening, and catch you on the internet. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Josh Rivers, a player researcher at CCP Games, and I'm going to talk today about how my team and I integrated academic research on EVE Online and other massively multiplayer online games into our development practices, which in turn has helped us more holistically understand who is or is not playing our game, why or why not, and then make a better game accordingly. I'm going to start by introducing myself and my background, lead into some practical tips on discovering academic research and gaining access to it, then walk us through an example of how I translated an academic research article into an actionable research plan for myself, which then turned into development goals for our game designers and programmers. First, some of the basics about where this all began, including who I am and why I'm coming into games from academia, which has helped shape my approach and that of my team. To begin with, I didn't come to games research through any sort of standard channel, if such a thing exists. I did not study computer science, human-computer interaction, or even psychology. Instead, I studied anthropology, a social science that is somewhat ignored even within academia, and often conjures images such as these of remote research projects on developing societies, island peoples, and a generally colonial approach to studying the diversity that exists in our world. Thankfully, this is not the anthropology I was trained in, and the condescension of early anthropology as rooted in good motives as it might have been has fallen largely to the wayside. Instead, I was trained to be highly critical of generalizations, to utilize both qualitative and quantitative research tools in an effort to answer carefully crafted research questions instead of research agendas. My training taught me to focus on how people situationally adjust in key, quote, diagnostical events, unquote, which translates from academic speak into normal language in the following way. Basically, how do people make do with what's around them at key moments in life in ways that show us how they generally operate? This translation of a key theoretical approach to understanding the world through anthropological eyes into an understandable sentence was just the first of many I would make when I started working at CCP roughly a year and a half ago. Before we get there, though, it's worth noting that I'm not just an anthropologist, someone who studies people, culture, and societies, but specifically a digital anthropologist, someone who studies and is trained to learn how technology impacts society, culture, group dynamics, and individual understandings of the world, and the opposite as well. So to translate, I was specifically trained to study communities in virtual worlds like EVE Online, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, and how the virtual world itself impacted community dynamics, as well as how group interactions impacted the virtual world. So it's here that I started to become invested in player-centric thinking and development, seeing how successful it could be when a developer challenges their own assumptions and takes time to genuinely listen and observe not only their active players, but also adjacent gamers. This coalescing of social science, gaming, and research led me to where I am presently, CCP Games. Coming into the company with a highly academic background and not having an established user research team or division, I was at a bit of a loss at first as to how I could contribute to the development of a game I knew a fair bit about academically, but little about professionally. In short, I wasn't sure where research was meant to fit into the development process or how I could be of most use to the teams I was working with. It wasn't until I was assigned to work as the researcher for a development team focused on new player acquisition and retention that I began to put the pieces together. Speaking of new players, it's no secret that we at CCP have been focused on improving EVE Online for new players and ushering in a new generation of capsuleers for roughly the past year or so. It's perhaps also worth mentioning that I joined CCP as part of my dissertation fieldwork, meaning I came to work at CCP because I needed to in order to collect data for my dissertation. Thinking back to the contrast between the colonial, generalizing, and largely lacking in reflexivity anthropology of yore, as compared to the anthropology I was trained in, it should come as no surprise that part of current anthropological commitments is to, quote unquote, give back to people and the ones that one works with. Since I was working with CCP to collect data for my dissertation, I worked from the start to give back in any way I could. And so we've arrived at the meat of what I want to talk about today, the story of an anthropologist set adrift in a game development. When I first arrived at CCP, I was given a couple of weeks to adjust to Iceland, to the company, and to get a feel for the kind of projects we had ongoing. At the time, and to this day, one of the major focuses was making the early game more enjoyable for new players so that we could attract that aforementioned new generation of capsuleers. Across the company, there were a lot of theories about the main new player struggle we were facing, namely our ability to bring in and attract huge numbers of new players, but then a large number of them would be seen to stop playing after only a few minutes or a few hours maybe. So these theories ranged from hyper-focused beliefs about minutiae and certain user interface elements to sweeping statements about the kinds of players the game attracts and keeps given its history and reputation. Being the curious anthropologist I was, I started by diving into what was comfortable for me, Google Scholar. Having prepared to undertake my PhD project by reading everything there was to read about CCP games, game development companies, and EVE Online specifically, I knew there was a great deal of research already out in the world, but that might not be the case if you've been outside of academic circles for a while, and so here's my first actionable tip. Go to DGRA and sign up for their mailing list. For as widely read as I was, it was by pure chance that as I began investigating why gamers might try EVE out but never return, that an email announcing Kelly Bergstrom's latest article on exactly that matter was publicized pretty widely across said mailing list. For those of you who don't know DGRA, who I believe has some connections with IGDA and actually this very conference, they are a truly international professional association of researchers, writers, and people working in games who research everything related to digital games and the people who play them. It's also worth noting that there's been a fair bit of research on analog games mentioned on the mailing list and at DGRA conferences in the past year or two. So if you're working on more analog stuff, that's totally fine. There's a place for you in DGRA as well. Their website and their TODIGRA journal are a great resource for exploring what's out there about your game or games or anything similar to yours. And the best part about DGRA's resources is that they're open access. You won't need a library or any subscriptions to expensive academic journals. But this leads me to my next practical tip related to discovering and gaining access to academic research. Reach out to a local university or department. Perhaps one of the better kept secrets of academia is the visiting scholar or guest scholar status that exists across multiple departments and universities. While every university has a different approach, and even within a singular university, every department's going to function a little differently, most will be familiar with the terminology of affiliate or visiting researcher, visiting scholar, guest of the university. They go by different names, but the basics are the same. In theory, these positions are held for people conducting research locally, oftentimes on international grants from places like the Fulbright Association, the National Science Foundation, or in the case of anthropology, the Winter Grin Foundation. In practice, however, the title grants you access to the library and occasionally an institutional email. In return, the department will often ask their visiting scholars to give a brief lecture, attend events hosted by the department, or similar such activities. So to summarize, if you're struggling to even gain access to academic articles, try to collaborate with a university department near you that's aligned with your research interests. Try thinking outside of computer science and user experience alone, and see if they're able to offer you a visiting scholar position to grant you access to the university library. If that fails, which it very well might, it's worth noting that authors of academic texts are within their rights to distribute the article to whomever they want. I've seen very few exceptions to this. So if you're not able to access a university library or the local sociology department declines your offer of regaling their students about the rich world of user research that exists, simply email the author of the article yourself or head over to academia.edu, seen here, where several academic authors keep PDFs of their work easily accessible. It's also worth mentioning that you can and should make your own academia.edu accounts to keep up to date with research on your game, your company, and anything that might touch on your particular focus within user research. We've talked a bit now about finding research through Google Scholar, DGRA, and academia.edu, as well as how to gain access to research through two different channels. But how do we translate the following sorts of sentences, seen here, into knowledge that our development teams can utilize? Here, for instance, we read about Bergstrom's exploration of what we were most interested in, players who quit EVE Online. At first glance, the piece is largely about looking at players who quit through a leisure studies framework, the meaning of which is largely unclear, well, at least to me. We do also learn that quitting is maybe not a permanent departure from the game, but the key takeaway here is actually in the final line of the abstract, at least for me. That is, that game scholars, reading through Bergstrom's piece, it would be easy to get lost in the details and in the theoretical framework on my way to digesting the article. Here's my practical tip for reading your carefully acquired academic pieces. Start by understanding that academic writing is its own genre. Everyone here is familiar with it, I'm certain, but it bears repeating. Academic writing is not normal writing. despite what professors, researchers, and aspiring anthropologists might think. What this means practically is that you have to be ready to tackle the piece, sit with a couple of sentences, and understand that theory is central in the less practically focused pieces of anthropology, media studies, sociology, English, and so on. The goals of these studies are not practical solutions, but the production of knowledge, as vague as that might sound. So when you start with such a piece, remember that it's a lens through which one looks at the world. There are simple lenses, such as magnifying glasses, but most academic pieces often develop into much bulkier and more complicated lenses like this, that sometimes even get a little bit outrageous. Take time to learn what they're saying, word by word, but most importantly, focus on trying to find what's important for you. What caught your attention in the title or abstract? Find where the bulk of that argument is made and glean what you can from the insights the author is delivering while remaining open to other learnings. These aren't actionable reports per se, but the inspiration points for developing your own insights. What do I mean by that? Let's take this example, another piece by Bergstrom on EVE Online. I originally picked up this piece because of its provocative title. Especially as somebody working at CCP, I was dying to know what exactly this person quoted knew about the game that told them to avoid it. The research is not perfect. Let me perhaps remind everyone that academic work can be and often is flawed in its own ways. But being generous to those findings is also useful when seeking next steps and actionable items. Looking at the piece, going back to that, Bergstrom again mentions leisure studies and reminds us that gender impacts player experiences and perceptions in multiple ways. Let's take the final passage, for example, and turn it into an actionable research development and publishing nugget through the formula of read, investigate, interpret, and deliver. I'll start by reading the whole passage. EVE Online is a game that has a reputation for being an outlier in the MMOG market, both in its affordances, described earlier in this chapter, but in the type of player it purportedly attracts. Here, Bergstrom is talking about EVE Online as a kind of game, as well as to the perception of EVE's player base, albeit couching this with the word purportedly so as to make it clear that she does not argue that most capsuleers are older white males. This seems easy enough to read, right? Well, investigating is the next step, and in this case, it looks like exploring our particular UI and UX affordances, or how EVE Online might differ for standard MMOs and games. What set us apart? What made those things special and unique? This is an ongoing investigation, but from my side of things, it took the form of interviewing new players, people who had tried out the game and quit, as well as veteran players, collecting qualitative insights on how the game plays differently, and then interpreting those insights into key action areas for our development teams by deducing the major differences and making suggestions on how to bridge those gaps. This leads us to the final step here, deliver. After investigating and interpreting, I deliver the findings in 2 to 3 sentence nuggets so that the development team can choose which particular opportunities they want and are able to tackle at present. Let's try this formula again with the next sentence, one that focuses on the homogeneous player community of EVE Online and claims that even we at CCP have talked about how space-themed games are somehow more interesting to male players. It reads as such. Journalists, current players, and even the game's developers have all argued that a space-themed game is somehow inherently more interesting to male players, and this becomes the most frequent means to explain this very homogeneous player community. For the record, I am unaware of when this claim would have been made or by whom, but it is certainly not something we stand by today, and in fact, this sentence was part of the spark of a larger conversation we've had and are now acting on at CCP to try and engage women, highlight their stories, and make sure we clarify that this game is for everyone. It's not just a game for men. Space is for everyone. With this sentence, we undertook that same ritual of investigating whether the claim holds up, wherein this claim did not, then interpreting what that means. In this case, that there's a widely accepted belief that the game is catering to older male players, and that CCP sees that as acceptable before delivering that insight to our development teams and marketing teams, who are both now eagerly at work to ensure that EVE is not perceived of as the sole territory of older white men. This paragraph goes on, of course, and highlights a nugget for me and my team, namely that there are great insights to be gained by talking to gamers and players outside of your game's demographic. This nugget is something I've used to conduct explorative research on motivations behind gaming, social groups online, and why certain people who have heard a lot about EVE Online never seem to stick around despite praising the game in surveys. I am mindful of time, however, and want to leave you with a summary of my practical tips. I started by determining the research question at hand. In my case, it was exploring why players might quit EVE, as well as what attracts new players to the game but sees them leave shortly after joining. I then found the research I was looking for on Google Scholar, and because of having expanded my network to DGRA and other game studies researchers before, and then gained access to it through an affiliation I had with the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. After accessing that research, I put it through the steps of read, investigate, interpret, and deliver, while keeping in mind that theory has to be sat with and digested. Putting it through this process has led to some exciting opportunities for our development team, both on in-game features, as well as marketing opportunities and more. This flow, though, highlights that there is a gap between academia, specifically of games, and game studios, but that when this gap is bridged, there's a lot to gain. As researchers, we should look beyond our standard sites of inquiry and standard methodologies and try to take inspiration from other fields such as sociology, media studies, and of course, anthropology. But of all the practical suggestions I have given throughout this talk, I hope this final one sticks with you most. Academic researchers are researchers too, and they would love to share their insights with you and your team, particularly when fairly compensated for their time. Look beyond the standard consultants, and you'll be surprised by what novel insights academia can provide, both for MMOs such as EVE, but also for other types of games. In working together with researchers everywhere, we stand to create a truly enriching game that both satisfies and fulfills our players, while also producing the kinds of knowledge that every academic would die to have. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions that you might have.
Hello, I'm Emma Barrio, the GRUXonline conference chair. I hope you're enjoying our talk so far. If you'd like to be a part of the conversation with our attendees, join on the YouTube live chat or in our Discord. Links are in the description below.
Welcome to this presentation titled Players Diving Deep, Eliciting Play Experiences with an Argumentative Qualitative Interview Method. My name is Heidi Rautalahti and I'm a doctoral candidate and researcher at the University of Helsinki in Finland. This presentation gives ideas and hands-on aspects to consider and execute an argumentative qualitative interview proposed here for user or game experience research. Especially in the UX context, my talk can be transferred to aims concerning what players want from your game or service in a bigger picture. Additionally, to strengthen my argument, I present a case example where the method has been used. First, a short introduction of myself. I have worked at the university since 2016, and my PhD research addresses contemporary discussions of religion among video games and gamers. This means I am extremely interested in player experiences, how contemporary meaning making happens with games, and what meanings do players carry to their day-to-day lives. I have research experience of looking at games and game cultures from different angles, and today I want to talk to you about one method which I argue could be developed for user experience research objectives. So I come from a qualitative humanist background to games research, but additionally I'm a team leader in an independent Helsinki-based collective working on an explorer simulator game called Runo, which is inspired by Finnish folk beliefs. So now you know a little bit more where I'm coming from with this presentation. My talk is based on a qualitative study and interview data I did among Finnish adult video game players in spring 2019. The question for my study at that time was to ask how meaningful connections with video games are narrated among players. I wanted to know how players describe and narrate these encounters, connections, affinities, memories, or reflections with game worlds. The only qualification for partaking in the study was that the player would have experiences in larger adventure and story-driven video games that were rather played alone than in a group. This rule was set having the personal experiences and individual encounters in mind. Well, for user experience purposes and objectives, research targeted towards consumer behavior, their likes, dislikes, or aspects on accessibility and gameplay, the question of a meaningful connection or encounter might be excess, or is it? Even if your user study aim is not to dive deep, these remarks I argue in my talk may transfer as hands-on practices to motivate the interview study participant and inspire them to deliver opinionated answers, that is, answers describing what consumers really think. In this talk, I also cite notion on research ethics, which I believe should be at core when designing any study. So I ask you to keep an open mind in hearing about my case example, and further on, I will draw together what to take home from this talk. So my method of choice for the interviewees was an individual argumentative interview approach, developed, for example, by Vesala and Rantanen 2007, as I mentioned in the beginning. In short, this meant that the semi-structured interviews I constructed were introduced by arguments or statements to the interviewed players. The purpose of this method was to produce free and open-ended argumentation, which again meant to elicit and motivate the player to recollect and narrate first encounter stories of meaningful experiences with video games. The interviews ultimately resulted in a collection of narrative themes of important personal life stories that some video games were able to afford. I will not go into methodological origins of this interview type. However, I think it's shortly worth mentioning the original method design and compare it to my so-called tweaked study method. The argumentative interviews were firstly designed to examine attitudes. However, my study did not focus on attitudes, but more on using the method as a tool for elicitation. In other words, my aim was to let players to talk about their personal memories and even sensitive life events comfortably in a constructed interview setting. It turned out that the use of fixed arguments allowed players to discuss freely their opinions and ideas that came up during the interview. Simultaneously, the arguments became light segues to more personal topics. Many of my interview participants gave positive feedback of the chosen method when I asked about this process in the end. It was easy to talk, they said. So what did my interviewees respond to when they were presented with the study arguments? Here you see the 7 arguments the interviewed players could freely react to. They ended up declining some statements, argue against, refuse the use of some words or concepts in the sentences, or agree to them completely. In practice, in my view, I ended up with clearly divided sections and answers I could document and manage data-wise. The arguments provided clear guidelines and themes how to manage or categorize the study data. I will not read out loud all the arguments here, but to give you an overview of the types of sentences I formulated, I will mention especially one. A specific guiding aspect of using different language and words in these arguments was to see how contagious certain explanatory concepts were. I was basically examining in the sidelines which of the presented concepts appealed to the respondents and how did they begin to formulate their narratives. Here, for example, the use of the words sacred or enchanted represented concepts I deliberately set out to examine and see whether players would in fact narrate their experiences using these meanings. I was also interested in how players would unravel these concepts when situating their narrative in a game world context. Especially enchantment described something players attached to and began to explain their experiences through the concept. To be enchanted, at awe, or wonder at game worlds became something players wanted to experience, describe, or articulate as a meaningful encounter with games. Many specified that to be enchanted would in fact be a first-time experience, feeling, or sensation, rather hard to duplicate later on with the same game. So how to implement this method for your purposes? To phrase it simply, the tone of the arguments needs to be articulated in a way that the possible answer is something more than a simple yes or no. This could be easily solved by asking your colleagues first. Make them be the guinea pig. If the answer is more than a nope, you are on the right track. All in all, the narrative themes I was able to extract from the interview data found their thematical titles as Life Events, Big Questions, and the already described Enchantment. As a narrative theme of meaningful encounters, life events meant that players experienced games in sensitive or difficult phases in life. Players had memories of certain games or play moments helping them in stressful situations. Here, some game characters and stories provided reflection and food for thought. Sometimes games were a break in an otherwise chaotic phase in life. Big questions meant that players preferred to contemplate with games on life's unanswered questions, such as existential, moral, and deeper self-reflections. Games became a sought-out companion for these reflections and dialogues players wanted to experience and explore. It is of course worth to note that games as default ask for an explorative mindset and attitude, as I see it. Also, it is important to point out here that the play memories players were recalling were mostly impacted by mainstream games. However, indie games were mentioned too. So finally, what to take home? I have talked about how to conduct a qualitative study and its choice of interview method in eliciting player stories on meaningful encounters with games. To draw together tips and hands-on ideas, think of my talk as a chance to step outside of the, in air quotes, online survey box, but still end up with a way to manage qualitative data. Qualitative research methods do not have to be messy or too time-consuming. So answering questions is hard. Go and make it easier for your study subjects. To answer insightful questions about your own personal life could be awkward, difficult, or even off-putting. To give opinions and express your likes and dislikes is easy when given fixed arguments. And while doing this, you start to reflect on your life. Deep themes become manageable, not only to the interviewee, but to the researcher as well. The researcher has the authoritative power and responsibility over the study setting, which may create a hierarchy between the interviewer and interviewee. The use of arguments seems to bypass these roles so that the interviewee is actually answering to the arguments and not to the researcher. This again eases the sensitive interview situation. The conversation begins to circle around the arguments and downplay the power relation, to my experience. Here, I want to remind you also of research ethics. The interview situation in no means is to be uncomfortable to the interviewee, so don't go diving and splashing around if you haven't considered the ethical aspects of your study design. So qualitative methods may look like time-consuming ways of examining user and player experiences, but what they lack in time management, they make for in rich data and feedback. Remember that definitely if your aim is to extract detailed playtest data from users, my choice of method would not be an in-person interview, to state the obvious. However, if your objective is to contemplate on the game's and users' emotional engagement and reception, feelings, or meaning making with a game, then this is on point for you. Qualitative interviews might even serve as tools for user community building and ways to engage hardcore fans. I encourage you to explore this aspect of using in-person interviews. A successful in-person interview has also the possibility to provide a secure place for the interviewee. The interviewee too wants to be heard and share their experiences. As my interviewees told me, they wanted to come and tell me their important personal stories and encounters with video games. Many felt very passionate of this aim and expressed their concern how popular culture fandoms were sometimes referred to as mundane or irrelevant in public discussions. So to really narrow it down, the key tips to take home are: provide a space which is secure and engaging. Acquire time to do this. To plan out your study carefully is to save time in other later processes. And listen. Players need to be heard, they have deep thoughts to share, and they want to share them with you. And all that is left to say is, of course, thank you for listening, and I am more than excited to keep this discussion going on player experiences and meaning making, so please reach out and let's talk more. The study I have been referring to in my talk and case example is based on an article I wrote that is at the moment forthcoming to the Journal of Popular Culture and Religion. And here are listed some of my other publications on the topics of player experiences and game analysis, especially on contemporary discussions on religion and video games. So finally, I would be so pleased if you would follow our game collective and Runo on our Twitter account for our latest news. Thank you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the GRUX SIG 2020 census presentation. I hope you are all having a good GRUXonline conference, or if you're watching this as video on demand afterward, welcome as well. So for a brief introduction, for those of you who don't know me yet, hi, my name is Elizabeth Zelli, and I'm currently a member of your GRUX SIG steering committee. And it's in this role that I conducted the census survey, and so I'll be talking about the data today as well. And I'm also currently the user research manager over at Amazon Games. So a little introduction as to why we started running a census this year, because this is the first year that we run a survey like this. So here's a little graph of our Discord membership, and this is information pulled from our Discord server insights. And it's looking at the length of time that people have been members of our Discord server. And what you will immediately see is that over 50% of our current membership as of early November has been a member of our Discord for up to a year. This is indicative to the steering committee that we're having a lot of growth. And growth is great. We're really excited about growth. But this also indicates to us that we probably don't have a great grasp on who all of our members are. This kind of growth is hard to keep up with as a steering committee. And so we're really interested in collecting some data. Who makes up our current community? Where is this growth coming from? And who does that growth represent? So kind of the objectives we had in running this census was, one, to get a better sense for who's currently making up our community, especially with all of that recent growth that we know has been occurring. We'd also like to kind of evaluate what existing SIG efforts are currently having the most impact and has the highest amount of awareness from our community, and also to help us identify potential areas for growth or improvement as we prioritize different projects within the SIG. So a little bit of overview of the data I'm going to be talking about today. The sample size for this survey was 113 participants, and this is data that was collected late April through early May of this year, 2020. I will note here that even though you're not seeing this data presented until November, the steering committee has had access to this data since the data was collected. So if you provided feedback in the census, it's already being taken into account. The information we got from it is already being reflected on by the steering committee and is already being used to inform decisions that the steering committee is making. 2 additional notes, which is things that won't be included in this particular presentation. 1, I'm not going to include any kind of analysis of the write-in box feedback. We had a lot of write-in boxes in the survey as well to collect some free-form feedback about what the SIG is doing and how the SIG is meeting people's needs. But because the survey was anonymous, and I'd like to try and protect the anonymity as much as possible, I'm not going to be digging into any of the write-in feedback people provided for us. Additionally, as you'll see when we look at the data, only 13 people who identified as currently being students responded to the census. And because that sample size is so small, even though I did ask a few additional questions of that student group, I'm not going to be doing a deep dive on the answers to those questions. Hopefully next year or in further years, that particular pool of respondents will be larger, and so we can do a little bit more of an analysis of what their needs and trends look like. So without any further ado, let's kind of dig into the data from the 2020 census. And as I note here, it's guaranteed to be 72% less exciting than the salary survey. So hopefully I'm not going to be disappointing anyone. There's not going to be any big surprises or really juicy information that's presented in this survey. All of it is pretty as we expected, to be honest. So no way am I going to be living up to the excitement that salary survey data can bring. So first of all, how do people find the census? This is really important for the steering committee to understand both how to better communicate the census itself or any other initiatives we might have come up for trying to get in contact and gather information about our community. So obviously the biggest discovery vectors were either the Discord itself or through the GRUX Twitter channels. I will note that as of our most recent data poll, Discord has about 470 monthly active users in the last 28 days. So we would definitely like to see the Discord engagement rates go up a little bit. And I do want to have a shout out on this slide to Workplace Share, because that is actually a write-in. So enough people found this survey through it being shared in their work Slack or being shared by a coworker in some way that it represented a decent chunk of our responses. And I just want to say thank you very much to anybody who's sharing this at work, because you're definitely helping us reach to parts of the broader GRUX community who maybe is not as active on social media. So thank you very much. High-level basic demos. The gender breakdown is roughly similar to what we see in the salary survey, so that's not particularly surprising. I will note on the age data, I didn't leave out those who are under the age of 21. We just didn't get any responses from anybody who's under the age of 21. So we would really like to see that particular area have growth in the future. So we were heavily leaning into our kind of core demographic. This nice 26 to 40 is heavily represented. And we know that as a network of professionals, this isn't uncommon, but we would definitely like to see kind of in that same trend, more students, more juniors, more people who are younger in the industry kind of interact with us, and particularly interact with the survey. Because we know they're in Discord. We would just like to see them answering surveys like the census. Continuing on with basic demos, US is highly represented as a country. That's not surprising either, especially considering that this survey was not localized in the other languages, it was only presented in English. Highest completed level of education. This also maps pretty closely with all of the data we've seen from other sources as well. Large percentage of our community is working with either a master's or some kind of PhD doctorate level degree as their highest completed level of education. Employment status. So this was something we were hoping to get a little bit of a sense for how we can better adjust needs to account for different groups. I suspect that some of these categories are actually higher when you look at the real makeup of our full community, but the group we sampled is overwhelmingly currently employed in the games industry. So let's take a deeper dive on those members of our community who responded to the survey and are currently employed. So one of the things we did ask is to kind of break down where that employment history has been spent. Often we just ask this question as a total amount of work experience, but it ignores the fact that people often kind of jump around from different positions. Myself personally started off in a non-research position within games and then moved into a research position. And so I would be games industry other and then games industry research. And it's nice to be able to kind of break that out, because while I'm proud of that other experience, it's not quite the same and shouldn't be weighed the same as my research experience. So we were really interested to see that as we kind of expected, a research experience is most heavily represented and has some of also the longest tenures. We were also really happy to see the amount of people who are coming in with academic experience. I don't have data to show the exact trajectory and path that a lot of people are taking, but it is nice to see that we have some variety. I will note on this slide that around 2.5 years ago, the name of the SIG and kind of the focus of the SIG changed. We broadened the focus of the SIG and adjusted the name accordingly. We did used to be the Games User Research SIG, and then we changed to the Games Research and User Experience SIG, and started to embrace UX counterparts in addition to pure research roles. For that reason, and since that change is still relatively new in the history of the SIG, it's not unsurprising that people with UX backgrounds or doing UX work represent a smaller percentage of the sample who's engaging with our survey, because that change is relatively recent. I will note that of this employed group, 5 people also indicated that while working full-time, they are currently also pursuing another degree or certification while employed. Once again, doing a deep dive into kind of this group of employed individuals, we're also interested in what the kind of org and responsibilities in their job looks like. This is more to kind of better provide guidance to those who are students or juniors who are looking to come up, better understand what kind of needs our current community has. Are these mostly solo researchers or researchers parts of teams? And the data came back that, at least for our sample, most people who are employed in the games industry are working as part of a centralized team and are juggling multiple products. Either that's multiple products from a publisher or multiple products from a single studio. They are handling multiple products simultaneously. So to kind of shift gears and look at people's history with GRUX, I think that this particular slide is very interesting and kind of met our expectations. This is why we ran the census right here. We have a large group of people who are, down in that 10 plus category who've been around since the beginning of the SIG, but this less than a year, 1 year, 2 year groups are obviously making up a huge percentage of our current population. And these are the people who've come in recently that we're really interested in kind of getting a sense for who are these members of our community and what their needs are. So it was nice to see some data to back up our hypothesis that our community had been seeing a lot of recent growth. We did also ask of everyone in the census whether or not they've ever held a volunteer role within the SIG. And fantastically, 44 of our 113 respondents have held at least one volunteer role. Many of these people have actually held multiple roles over the course of their time with GRUX. And so shout out to all of you. Thank you so much. I will emphasize on this slide to everybody watching the presentation that GRUX SIG is in fact a volunteer run effort. Nobody here is getting paid for their work. From the members of the steering committee to the members of the summit committee, to people running the mentor program and the jobs board and surveys like this and the salary survey, all of it is being done on a completely volunteer basis. If you are ever interested in volunteering your time and finding a way to contribute back to the SIG, if the SIG has done anything to help you, I strongly encourage that. We always welcome new ideas, fresh eyes, fresh energy. So if you would like to be able to be represented on this slide as someone who's held a volunteer role in the next census, absolutely reach out. I'm sure there's something that you could be helping us with. So part of assessing what our community needs and where we might need to grow, one of the things we did want to look at is how aware people are of the current resources and that are available to them from the SIG. So we did kind of gauge awareness of online resources. The Discord channel and the Games User Research Twitter account have the highest awareness and engagement rates. A lot of people were unaware of our YouTube channel. Hopefully that's being improved because of this GRUXonline conference. Welcome to the GRUX YouTube channel. Hopefully you stick around after the conference. We've got tons of videos posted from previous summits as well, so there's a lot of material here for you to go through. Also a high level of unawareness of our jobs board and our jobs Twitter account, so do be aware of those and follow those, especially if you're a student or you're job hunting. Or if you're in a hiring position and you have a position open up at your company, please take advantage of those as well. But this kind of gives the steering committee a little bit of guidance for where we could maybe do some better advertising for ourselves. And here's again a note. We currently have over 1,000 members on our Discord. So it is really not, and most of our users came to us from the GRUX Discord or the GRUX Twitter account who filled out this survey. So those groups being so heavily represented kind of jives with the rest of the data. Another area of awareness we kind of probed on was SIG events. Obviously, we've got a high level of interest in both of the summits. That's great. We love to see it. We have a lower level of awareness of things related to GDC, considering that GDC is often prohibitively expensive. That makes sense. If you said, I'm totally unaware of non-summit in-person events, Well, that's because pretty much none of them have happened. We were kind of interested there in more assessing for future surveys. Hopefully this is a bit of future-proofing of our census. We would like to see more in-person events, though obviously at a time when we can actually gather in groups and aren't in the middle of a global pandemic. So part of the steering committee's job is reaching out to members of the community and providing them with information about what's going on. So we did want to probe on where people are getting their news sources. So this is a good slide for anyone at any part of the SIG that's attempting to reach out to people, either to provide them with information or to encourage them to interact with things like a survey or to submit for things like conferences. The most commonly used news sources are Discord and Twitter. Social media posts from other GRUX members is also pretty high up there. Absolutely, we see you, Facebook group write-ins. Do not feel embarrassed if that is where you get a lot of information about GRUX and what's going on with the SIG. We will continue to meet you where you are, and we'll continue to make sure that really important information does get posted there in the middle of all the shit posting. So we will continue to find you there. Don't worry. But yeah, if you're trying to get information out about anything related to GRUX efforts, probably Discord, and talking to Seb about getting something on the Twitter account or retweeted by the Twitter account, or just engaging with other GRUX members on social media are all probably really good ways for you to go about that. So here's kind of our final slide, because we had two questions on the census that, I will be blunt, aren't actionable by the steering committee. These are the types of questions that I always tell my devs I'm never going to ask in a survey, which is the wouldn't it be nice to know questions. And then here I am guilty of putting them in a survey. So number one is opinions on SIG name change. As I mentioned a little bit earlier in this presentation, about 2.5 years ago, or at the time of this, when this survey was conducted, it was a little less than 2 years ago, the name of the SIG did change. We went from GUR to GRUX, GRUX. And so we were just interested in kind of doing a barometer on how people felt about the name change, whether they felt that it had positive impacts or negative impacts. And as you can see, community is still mixed on it, with the majority of people answering in the neutral. Considering what a large percentage of the respondents to the survey have joined within the last 2 years, it's honestly not surprising that a lot of people feel very neutral about this because they weren't around for the name change or weren't around within the SIG when it was under its previous name. As I said, this isn't particularly actionable for the steering committee, but it is something that we've kind of wanted to keep tabs on, and so it's a question we included. Along those lines, we also had a question assessing people's opinions on the current efforts towards unionization within the games industry. This isn't something that the SIG plans on actively campaigning for or against, but it is something that we wanted to kind of get a sense for where our community stands on this particular issue, especially since it's such a hot topic within the industry right now. And so in case anyone was wondering, for the most part, the fellow members of your community, at least the 113 people who answered my survey, were either for or strongly for unionization efforts within games. So that's kind of the end of the dive into the data. It wasn't a very long survey, so there wasn't a ton of data to dig into. And as promised, 72% less exciting than your salary survey. So basically going forward, what are our goals from here? I'd like to keep running the census annually, either myself conduct it or another member of the steering committee if someone else wants to take over. I think that doing this at a regular cadence is going to be the most important part of conducting a census, because any one individual census is not going to be nearly as useful as data over the years so that we can start tracking trends. And obviously, I would really love to increase engagement. 113 people on a Discord server that is over 1,000 members. I'd really love to see that engagement rate go up. I'd especially love to see that engagement rate increase with some of our more underrepresented groups, like students and younger members of our community. And by younger, I mean under the age of 25, basically. Purely anecdotally, from seeing conversations happen in the Discord server, I believe that the populations of those groups is higher. I believe one of the challenges that I face, or anyone running the census faces, is making sure that our messaging explicitly includes those groups. I suspect that we may have had problems with a lot of people assuming that the census was only intended for those currently employed, which isn't the case. So if you're watching this and you were a little on the fence about the census when you saw it going around earlier this year, about whether or not this applies to you, yes, it applies to you. If you are a member of our GRUX community in any way, and even if you're not active on Discord, you're not active on Twitter, you're not even currently working in the industry, I'd still really like you to be taking our census so that we have a better idea of that you're there, that you have your needs, and that we'd like to try and account for your personal needs as we continue to prioritize and work on projects within the steering committee. So, short and sweet, that's the end of my presentation about this year's census. Thank you all so much for coming to my unexciting talk. If you have any questions that you would like to ask me about the data, please feel free to reach out to me on Discord. In the Discord server, you can see me listed as one of the members of the steering committee on the right-hand side. And also, if you have questions that you think would be good to add to future census surveys, also feel free to reach out to me. As you saw at the end there, we had some kind of wildcard questions that we also had in. So we're open to suggestions if you think there's something interesting about the community you would like to know. If you're helping run some kind of little effort within the GRUX community and you'd like an opportunity to ask of a broader group of people to get information, to help inform the choices you're making, please feel free to reach out to me. Ideally, the next census would be run sometime around the same time next year, so kind of that late spring, early summer timeframe. And so we have a lot of opportunity to adjust what kind of questions and data we collect. So thank you all again for coming and attending my little talk. I hope you're having a wonderful GRUXonline conference, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Hello, I'm Emma Barrio, the GRUXonline conference chair. I hope you're enjoying our talk so far. If you'd like to be a part of the conversation with our attendees, join on the YouTube live chat or in our Discord. Links are in the description below.
Hello, my name is Deborah Henderson and I'm a principal user researcher with Xbox. I'm the studio lead for publishing, and today I'm going to be talking about how user research helps support deep representation on Tell Me Why. If you're unfamiliar with Tell Me Why, it is a branching narrative game by Don't Nod, and it features a transgender protagonist. While this is by no means a first within gaming, it is a first for Microsoft, and quite frankly, for me. Xbox research has been around for 20 years now, and this is the first time our group has really been challenged to do this kind of work. Working on this game changed the way that I think about representation and the way that I think about user research, and that's what I'll be talking about today. However, before I begin, I would be remiss if I didn't give a quick shout out to all of the lovely people who helped me do research on this game. Without their wonderful efforts and support and thoughts and just sort of expertise, the game wouldn't be what it was when it finally shipped. When we're talking about representation, I think the first thing I need to talk about is what on earth do I mean by deep representation? As some of you may be aware, there is an effort within Xbox called Gaming for Everyone, or G4E, that is focused on increasing how inclusive Xbox as a platform is. And this is a wide-reaching effort, but one of the ways we help support this effort is that we have been on our external surveys asking a question of players, just whenever they've played a game, just sort of asking, hey, have you seen or heard anything in this game that made you feel included or represented? Now, what's interesting about this is when we look across games, we start to see a couple of patterns for how representation can lead people to feel included. And generally speaking, there are sort of two different kinds of representation that we see. So I'm going to be talking about this as a binary. I do suspect it's probably actually a little bit more of a spectrum, but the two kinds of representation are surface representation and deep representation. The main distinction here is the degree to which the represented characteristics are integrated into the gameplay experience. So surface representation tends to sit on top of the gameplay, while deep representation tends to be strongly integrated into the gameplay or into the narrative and just into the experience all up. Both types of representation increase the feeling of inclusion, but the way that they increase the sense of inclusion differs, and similarly, the way players evaluate whether or not this representation is high quality also differs. Surface representation isn't integrated at all into the game, so it will increase a sense of inclusion, typically by allowing players to express themselves in some way without actually altering the way that the game plays. So one example of this comes from Gears of War. Gears of War has a flag system. You can pick a flag that will show behind your character, and with this you can use sort of these flags to express yourself. It doesn't actually alter the way that the game plays. And when players look at these surface level systems, they typically evaluate whether this system is a good system, is a high quality system, by looking at how equal the opportunity is that everybody has to express themselves. So based on your unique identity, can you come in and find something that says, yes, this is me. I would like to leverage this form of representation. This is who I want to be in this game. As a result, breadth tends to be the important thing here, right? It's not about whether or not everybody has a equal chance based on the probability that an individual will have a particular identity, but rather assuming an identity, do I have an equal chance to express myself or be represented? So in this particular instance, Gears actually went to Gleam, which is an internal group within Xbox, composed of LGBTQIA community members, and they had a chit-chat about just sort of the breadth of identities contained within Pride. And so Gears doesn't just include a Pride flag, it includes a huge range of flags so that everyone can actually express their individual identity. Success here is about breadth, particularly for surface level representation. I do want to add one caveat here. While I am talking about these things, representation in terms of things that are typically associated with demographics, so things like gender identity or race or age or things like this, identity is actually much broader than this. So another good example of a surface representation system comes out of Forza Horizon. They have a nickname system. They will call you by your first name. They will call you a silly name. You get to pick whatever name you want. This again is a great example of surface representation. It does not change the way the car handles as you're being called by a particular name, but it does sort of allow the player to build that kind of one-to-one connection between who they are and who they'd like to be in the game. Deep representation, by contrast, is something else entirely because unlike surface representation, deep representation actually impacts the experience. So the characteristics that are being represented are somehow integrated into the gameplay, into the narrative. Somehow it is fundamental to the experience. So a good example of deep representation is Pavarti from The Outer Worlds. So Pavarti is asexual, and this is integral to her narrative arc in the game. You follow her as she kind of explores a relationship despite being asexual, and they sort of talk through the details of how that works, right?
I don't know where it's leading yet, or if I'm misinterpreting. I'm not much interested in physical stuff. Never have been. Leastway's not like other folks seem to be. It's not that I can't, I just don't care for it.
Looking at this, some people may look at this character and say, oh, that's me, and form that connection. But for many with deep representation, the way that they feel included is they look at the respect with which this character is treated and think, if you are willing to treat this person who is atypical with this level of respect, then I believe that you will treat me with this level of respect, whatever my quirks and my sort of unicorn nature may be. Deep representation is really building an inclusive environment by modeling respect and modeling inclusion. So it's a little bit of a different way for inclusion to be generated, although both systems will definitely make more players feel included. I will say Tyler is an example from Tell Me Why, an example of deep representation. When you are thinking about deep representation, you and your team are going to need to think through the impact this is going to have on the experience and on the player. So normally we talk about UR goals, they tend to be these kind of universal things. Everyone should have fun. The experience should be frictionless and understandable and approachable to everyone, right? Deep representation, however, is oftentimes a sort of more tailored experience. And teams need to sit down and think about what their goals are. Is your goal, for instance, to increase the breadth of representation and not be yelled at? That's one type of goal. Maybe your goal is to be a model of representation and say, this is how this person or this type of person should be represented. In that case, you might want to be lauded or complimented. But do you want to be complimented by game reviewers at large or by members of the represented community? Each of these are different audiences you need to think through. And some of what I'm going to talk to today is the approach that I use to try to make sure that we could encompass that breadth of audience, because there is a breadth of audience when you're talking about deep representation. Deep representation also tends to take an approach that isn't necessarily obvious to people at first. So within the US, there's a particular tendency to train people to be inclusive by being blind to identity. I'll be honest and say I sort of blame Martin Luther King for this, largely because of his quote where he says, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by their content of their character." I think many games go after inclusion with this kind of mindset and with this sort of goal. So they will increase representation, but they will say within the game itself, we will judge you not based on how you present, but rather how you play the game. This is lovely. It's wonderful. It aligns to surface representation as a strategy. Deep representation, however, is not blind. It takes a multicultural perspective. And in multiculturalism, the argument is that group membership must not only be acknowledged, but also valued in order to attain equality and diversity. Here, too, I do think about some of the writing from MLK, but the writing I think of is from his letters from the Birmingham jail. In particular, there's a quote where he talks about those who prefer negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. In my opinion, deep representation is about that positive piece. It is about really sort of embracing what is different, highlighting that, and making sure that everyone can feel inclusive and inclusive towards those people who you are representing. Here we are celebrating differences rather than ignoring or erasing them. One of the outcomes of this, however, is that you need to think through with your team their tolerance for upset. Who are they willing to upset? Are they willing to upset anybody? I think it is unlikely that when you do deep representation particularly well, that you're not going to end up upsetting anybody. I do think you're likely to sort of offend some people, in part because we're trained to be blind. We're not trained to see these kind of differences and celebrate and delight in them. This is a strange and different mindset for a lot of people, and it can be a little bit alienating. The other thing that we need to talk about here is how user research all up fits within the gaming publishing system. So I am super proud to be a user researcher, and there are so many things I delight in with my role. I love the fact that I am constantly challenged to make games more approachable, more accessible, and quite frankly, just more delightful for players. At the same time, I mentioned earlier that Tell Me Why was kind of a first for Microsoft in terms of representation, but it's not a first within gaming, and there have been many beautiful games that feature trans protagonists and stories, but if I'm honest, I'm not really sure how many of those games have been supported by a user research team. Because of course, user research is expensive, and I'm part of a system. I am a form of investment that Microsoft makes in the games it publishes. And it's delightful to me that a top request from some of the new studios that we acquired is to get access to UR. But it also reminds me that I need to think about how UR is used within this system. In particular, I think there is a risk sometimes that UR is going to be used, particularly around representation, as a mitigation system, as in oh, could you just put this in front of people of the following background and make sure that it's okay we're doing this. You'll note, this is a negative peace model. And to be perfectly honest, as a researcher, I think it's kind of a perversion of our methods. I don't like working that way because I think it goes into a form of research and asks the data to turn out in a particular way. I just need people to sign off that it's okay for me to do this. That's not how I'm willing to work. What I'm going to talk through for the rest of the talk is the approach I took to try to avoid some of these pitfalls and get to a place where I thought that I actually could be a constructive and helpful and sort of facilitator of this kind of deep representation. So the first step for me was I needed to get an education. So there is just a fundamental question when you are part of a system and someone assigns you a product to work on, whether or not you're actually competent to work on this particular topic. This is going to be a challenge when you're dealing with deep representation, right? This may not be an identity that you have a lot of experience with. I certainly didn't. I came out of this with a lot of academic training. I have a PhD in cognitive psychology. This means that I understood the difference between gender and sex. My background is also focused in psycholinguistics. This means that I have a deep understanding of the word performative, but that didn't mean that I had a really good understanding of the kind of moment-to-moment experience of being transgender. I really couldn't speak to that. And I didn't necessarily think that I had the confidence to ask the right questions when I were to bring participants in. So the first step for me was to do a lot of reading. I tended to focus on biographical content just because I was really interested in understanding stories that were going to be similar to the one that we were telling. But I will also mention that the book Unbound was really helpful for me because it really highlighted a lot of sort of the systemic bias within the medical system system that really pushes people towards a binary notion of gender. I also watched documentaries and I read articles, and all of this education was not to make me an expert. I am still absolutely not an expert. But this education did help me with something. It helped me move to the next step, which was talking to others. I absolutely believe that you need to be talking to your team constantly about these sorts of things. I do not think that one person alone in a room with a pile of books is going to get representation right. There are a couple of reasons for this. First, language is really hard. I still mess this up. I have a lot of training. I have a lot of wonderful people who have been correcting me when I get it wrong. And at the same time, if you ask me to describe my gender identity, I will still frequently describe myself as being cisgendered with the ED, which I know is wrong, and I only apply it to myself, but I still trip over this. Language requires practice to master. The other thing is that I think it's really important to build a culture of transparency about both what you're attempting to accomplish and where maybe you thought of some ideas that weren't so good. It's important to bring everyone along on this journey. Isolation is not going to get you to success here. Part of why it's important to bring everyone along is that I fundamentally believe that embarrassment is probably kind of integral to this process. Here's sort of a moment where I'm going to say like the quiet part out loud, which is to say, when we talk about representation, we're not typically talking about worries about, for instance, representing cisgendered, white, heteronormative, able-bodied men. Rather, we're talking about whether or not we can represent marginalized experiences, people who are somehow not normative or on the edge in some way. This action is laudable. It is worthy. I believe in the power of representation, but it is by its nature atypical. It's going against the norms of what we do. And when I think about what embarrassment is, well, embarrassment is a form of pain that prevents people from behaving outside of social norms, which means as I go about working on representing marginalized perspectives, I should expect to be embarrassed because I'm going to have to violate some of the rules that I have been trained in by society over the years. Now, I don't think I can choose whether or not to be embarrassed. However, I do think I can choose how to handle my embarrassment. And for me, it was important to work through this, in part because in some ways this is sort of the only form of bravery I can show. And I do think it's important to have skin in the game when you're sort of dealing with identity, because this is clearly high risk for some individuals. And the other thing is, when it came to a basic choice of would I like to avoid embarrassment or would I like to perpetuate a harmful behavior? Gosh, I'd really rather I was embarrassed and got over it. I don't want to hurt other people, and if pain has to come out of a situation, I'd rather inflict it towards myself. At the same time, I will say, I'm not super wild about being embarrassed. It's not pleasant and is really not my yen, which is part of why education was so important to me and part of why talking to my team was so key. I could build a group of people I could trust myself to be embarrassed in front of, and then I could learn from them and they could correct me and they could help me and I could work through it and I could become better and more knowledgeable. For me, I think representation has to be a journey, and you have to be willing to go on that journey in order to do it well. The other thing you're going to need to think about when it comes to embarrassment is not just your embarrassment, but the embarrassment of others. You are going to have to manage and accommodate some of this sometimes. I will give you a very specific example. This talk. In my original pitch for this talk, I was planning to do what I traditionally do in a user research talk, which is talk about our original idea, show some data demonstrating why this is a terrible idea, and then talk about how we changed things and hooray, heroically solved the problem. I'm not going to do that in this talk, in part because when people look back on some of the things that we sort of thought, oh, maybe we could do that, most of us are really embarrassed by this. I'm really embarrassed by some of the things I was like, I don't know, that seems like maybe that'll work. Let's try it. Right? And it's not that people don't own these mistakes. They do. And to be perfectly honest, a lot of these people didn't need UR to actually realize that what we were suggesting was a mistake. They knew that in advance. And I will say, it's not that the idea of embarrassment is so strong that you need to shut down, that reaction is not necessarily universal. For some people, there was a belief that we should share mistakes because then other people could learn from them. At the same time, the embarrassment was very, very, very strong. And this fear of this was enough that Microsoft Publishing just asked me not to talk about anything that isn't in the final released build. For the record, I'm fine with this. It's not the choice I would have made, but I'm okay with it because I think it's really important to have empathy for those you disagree with. And embarrassment is awful, right? It's really terrible. And on top of that, the main lesson that I really want you all to take away from this is that you have to plan for embarrassment. Expect it. Don't let it surprise you. And then try to figure out a way to work around or through it. So the other thing that talking did, and talking was, again, I cannot emphasize how important this was. We talked both internally within the publishing team, but we also talked a lot with Don't Nod when they had their original idea of what the game was going to be. And what this really allowed us to do, and allowed me in particular to do, was suss out whether or not I actually felt comfortable backing this game. It is an awkward truth that there kind of is a choice early on that a UR, particularly if you're a senior UR the way that I am, gets to make about a game, where you get to decide, do I invest in this in order to manifest its success and really embrace the design vision? Or do I invest in this in a risk mitigation mode, where really what I'm trying to do is reduce the sort of potential side effects that might come out of this product? Again, you'll note the negative positive piece difference there. I didn't know initially whether this game was a good idea. But what helped me was talking to Don't Nod. In particular, we had a process where the publishing team would come together. We would have an embarrassing conversation about what we were worried about, things like this. We'd make each other blush. We'd come together with a list of questions. We'd send them off to Don't Nod, and Don't Nod would generously and sort of beautifully answer our questions and really sort of helped assuage some of the fears that we have. In particular, they helped me in two ways. One was it became very clear very early through this process that Don't Nod had a very clear intent for this game. They fundamentally believe that transgender people should be treated just like cisgender people. This is what they wanted to do in their game. They wanted their game to be a model of respectful treatment. So on the one hand, they really wanted Tyler to have a strong identity as a trans man, and they wanted to get all the details right. But they also didn't want to trap Tyler in a typical trans story. So they didn't want to treat him as though the only story he could have was tied to his trans identity. This felt sort of limiting as a way that trans people get trapped as opposed to a sort of more generous world or more generous realm of stories that cisgender people can be featured in. So they didn't want to limit the story that he could have. You can see this, I think, relatively clearly in the final design. So first, we're extremely transparent about who Tyler is. He is out, he is proud. And the second is that if you look at the plot in this game, it does take a real hard gander at one of the more typical trans narratives out there, mainly sort of trauma associated with transitioning. And by the end of episode 1, it just gives a hard no to that and says, that is not this story. This vision very early on, I think, drove this outcome. And it was extremely helpful for me to know that this was the intent that we were working for, because then that was something that I could get behind and I could actually sort of support using user research. That being said, this wasn't sufficient for me. I will say, if there's one thing that right now strikes sort of fear in my bones when somebody says it around G4E, it's the opening statement of, well, they're very well intended. Almost always, this means that somebody has done something completely terrible and we're going to have to fix it, right? Intention is not sufficient. So for me, one of the things I wanted to know really, really early on, and to be clear, we're having these conversations when the story doesn't exist, when there are characters, when there's maybe a rough plot, nothing is in game, it's all on paper, we're just having conversations. But one of the questions that I ended up asking is, why included somebody who's trans? Like, it's great to want to support people who are transgender, and it's great to want to be inclusive, but why this story? Why trans? And the answer that I got back from Don't Nod that gave me peace was that this is a game about identity and how we form it. It's about who we think we are. It's about who our family thinks we are. It's about the pressures the world places on us and how we build our personal narratives, how we remember our previous selves, how we choose to move forward. When I heard this, it began to make sense to me from an experience level, not just an authorship level, right? I understood how being a transgender twin might give you a fair bit of expertise around forming identity, and how that actually is a pretty good background for a hero in a story about identity. This was enough for me, and what I'm going to say is I don't know if it would be enough for one of you, but I do hope that you actually take the time to ask the question, because I would hope that your designers have thought this through. They should have thought this through. Doing representation just for representation's sake doesn't tend to go well in my experience. The third step after chatting with your team is to actually sit down and talk with a subject matter expert. Now, hopefully you have a wonderful and diverse team with lots of people who are strong allies and actually have experience with this. I know I certainly benefited from the strong allyship of the people in my team. That being said, I also really benefited by talking to GLAD. I really liked partnering and really integrating a subject matter expert into the UR process for a couple of reasons. So subject matter experts are a little bit different than people who just have lived experience. So subject matter experts aren't just simply leveraging their own experience. Rather, they have enough of an education they're actually able to see across the diversity of experiences for the people that they are representing. They are also, quite frankly, less likely to get offended and have a remarkable grace when helping you navigate really awkward questions that you're asking them. Because of course, they have more practice seeing through your terrible language to understanding what you're actually trying to say, and they will help you with this. Additionally, they've signed up for this work. They know what they're getting into, and quite frankly, they should be paid for it. They were in our case. And I think part of that is nice because it means that their own identities are somewhat less in play. And this was a big risk for me, is that I feel extremely uncomfortable leveraging the identities of other people if I'm doing it in a way that's going to put them at risk. The other thing that I will say is because they have a sort of education and intellectual framework around these issues, they oftentimes talk a little bit more like designers. So for me, one of the ways that I used the SMEs was both in vetting the stories before I put them in front of participants, because it de-risked things for me. It meant that all of the sort of big problems were already taken care of, and the ones that were still in the story were ones that we couldn't agree. We weren't sure were these problems or were these not. But the other thing that I used them for is I brought them into debriefs at times, and I just sent them my reports and said, do you have advice on how we solve these things? What was lovely about this is because of their expertise, they could essentially do what the designers on publishing do when we're talking in debriefs, which is they could provide that kind of outside perspective that nonetheless has expertise on how to solve these sorts of problems. So they weren't trying to own the story, but they could go through and say, hey, here are, I think, the things that are leading people to this conclusion. Here are some moves you might consider making. And then Don't Nod could actually sit down and think about what they were trying to accomplish and how they wanted to get there. So I fundamentally recommend having a partnership with somebody like GLAD. Nick Adams and Blair Durkee were both wonderful. I really, really appreciated working with them. The next step we did after we had vetted the story using these experts is we did start bringing in participants, and we did bring in two sets of participants. We brought in trans participants and we brought in just sort of typical branching narrative participants. So we did do a bunch of research on this title. We did 3 narrative usabilities, 1 gameplay usability, and accessibility usability, 3 play tests, including one, the last one that was at home because of COVID. We also did a couple of reviews. What I will say is every single time we brought participants in, we were able to include at least some trans participants or members of the trans community. However, the way that we did this and the way that we recruited sort of grew over time. Initially, the way that I recruited participants was by using internals to Microsoft. There were a couple of reasons for this. First, I actually had a point of contact. I could sort of reach out to an alias and have a group of people who had identified as part of this community and say, hey, would anybody like to come in? I liked using Microsoft internals because I'll be honest and say I did worry about the risk of just bringing someone in. I wanted to make sure that we had actually it was Microsoft's risk. I just thought it was better for Microsoft to shoulder that risk. It was also something where, because these people oftentimes were working in the gaming industry, they had a better understanding of like how games are early in production. And I thought that would potentially insulate them if they were sort of worried about some of the things we were proposing. They would understand and have a better grasp of just how in flux things could be and why they shouldn't worry that this was something we were going to ship with. This was for me, a way to de-risk this. The next thing we ended up doing is actually snowballing some recruiting. This was incredibly helpful for me. So it turns out State of Decay 2, it uses a system where it scans real people's faces. This is one of the ways it makes sure that it has representation and diversity. And it is actually a beautiful example of surface representation that's about world building rather than about player identity. And as part of that, they had recruited a number of transgender participants and had scanned them and included them in the game. They went through and double checked with each of them and then were able to put me in contact with these individuals. And what was lovely about this is because I was talking to individuals who were not a part of the gaming system, they could just email back and forth with me before they agreed to join a particular study. So they could ask a bunch of questions. And this was incredibly helpful. I started to know how to actually explain what we were trying to do to people. And I started to think through, like, what did I need to tell people before I recruited them or during the recruiting process so they would feel safe and comfortable coming in and agreeing. This knowledge base was then sort of leveraged to turn into a panel. And we ended up building a panel that we referred to as Quartz. This used an informed consent model. So when we were recruiting, and we typically were recruited through community groups and things like this, we would send out a survey. In the survey, we would explain that why we were interested in having feedback from this community. We also tended to give a more functional definition of gender. As I've mentioned a couple of times, language is tricky. Language around transgender is particularly tricky. It's also weird to establish any sort of standard of who is trans and who's not. That's just creepy in a lot of ways. So the way we ended up saying this is we just said we were interested in hearing from individuals who both play games and have personal experience with the less commonly represented forms of gender identity and expression. We were looking for individuals who either do not identify or do not present as cisgender, individuals who have or will transition, individuals who have close family members or loved ones who identify or present in one of these ways. This last part was actually due to part of the snowball recruiting. So one of the participants who wanted to come in was 17. And because they were 17, he was not able to sign an NDA. And so we told him he couldn't come in. And he was really sad about this. And his father said, can I come in and do this for him? And we said, well, sure. I mean, absolutely. You should come in and do this. And what was lovely about this data is it became very, 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 very clear that while allies are not necessarily representative of people who actually have lived experience, you can get close enough to somebody if you are their legitimate emotional support. So think spouse, so think parents, something very, 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 very close. These sort of people could come in and they had that same kind of expertise because in many ways they were living through it as well, although they themselves were not trans. This was a very helpful way for us to sort of slightly broaden the audience because this is a very, very narrow audience to try to recruit for. I will also say that the game production went on long enough that we were later able to bring back the 17-year-old and were able to run them once they turned 18. So that had a happy ending there. As we were recruiting, we were explicit up front about how we used gratuity, how we did gratuity. We made clear that when people joined the panel, they would be told what any sort of gratuity that we're using for an individual study, they would be told that up front. And indeed, we also put a couple of boundaries on the data we would be collecting. So as an example, we agreed to never ask a question that we wouldn't ask a cisgender participant. So we didn't treat these participants in any way differently outside of the way that we recruited them. So as an example, when I was sort of walking people back to the usability lab, I would tell folks that I knew they had been recruited this way, but they were under zero obligation to talk about anything that they didn't feel comfortable with, and that I would be treating them on tape just exactly the way that I would treat any individual who would come in and was running in the study. Oftentimes people did volunteer things, they were relatively open, but it was important to me that there'd be no expectation that anybody even need to comment about any form of gender representation just because they were transgender, and that was one of the reasons we had recruited them. Similarly, when we did playtesting, we didn't actually fork the survey at all. We just asked a standard set of questions. We did flex on a few things because finding transgender gamers is a little bit challenging. So we tended to flex on things like they didn't actually need to have a specific interest in narrative games. This was interesting because if you recruit somebody who's used to playing like an Assassin's Creed or a Halo and you drop them into a branching narrative game, they do tend to have some thoughts on pacing, which is unsurprising. Similarly, we told them that they had to feel comfortable like learning a controller, but they didn't need to master it. Part of this is because branching narrative games games are pretty generous in terms of their controls, but part of this was also because it was preferable for us that we work with people to get them to be sort of comfortable in the study with the controller rather than that we sort of exclude them. So there were a couple of things that we did with the mods where we just had mods help people while playing and like figure out how to use the controller. We did end up as a result having some more detailed and lovely feedback about our onboarding systems. I think this was also like a delightful bonus as a result of this. I will say both of these flexes I think had overall very positive impacts outside of getting feedback from the trans community. We also did give our playtest moderators some explicit training on how to deal with any sort of problematic behavior that would be expressed towards these participants. And part of why we did that is because we tended to run participants. We never ran a study that was just trans participants. So we did also include branching narrative players at all times. These were recruited in a standard manner, so we didn't ever inquire about their gender. Some of them turned out to be transgender. Some of them turned out to have close family members with that. That, however, was relatively infrequent. And I think if we hadn't been deliberately building the quartz panel, we wouldn't have been successful at hitting the sort of diversity numbers that we were looking for in our recruiting. We did notice some differences in the way that participants groups tended to respond. So cis and trans participants tended to see the same problems very differently. And it wasn't really a matter of understanding. They had all the same facts. They agreed that they had all the same facts, but they just put them together a little bit differently. And this tended to be due to their sort of lived experience. So a good example of this is the Sam confrontation when the twins first go home and Sam ends up confronting them. He is drunk and he questions who Tyler is and he happens to have a shotgun. And this was something where this confrontation was planned relatively early on. So the first time we tested this was actually in a narrative usability. And even from there, we started to see differences between our trans and our cis participants. So cis participants tended to righteously confront Sam and stand up for Tyler and on his behalf and tell Sam all the ways in which he's wrong. He really liked telling him he was just completely wrong. He shouldn't be behaving that way. Trans participants were more likely to wonder if they could get out of the scene without being shot.
Seems we got a trespasser.
What the fuck?
You got 5 seconds to talk me into defending my property.
Your property?
5, 4.
I'm Tyler.
Don't know any Tylers. 3, 2.
Sam!
Ellie? What are you doing out here, girl?
This is our house.
Was I talking to you?
Sam, put the gun down. This is Tyler. My brother.
Your brother? Oh, shit. Huh. I guess I heard about all that, but I never... Damn, you look like a real man.
So do you, Sam.
You know what I mean. I just didn't know they could make a woman look so much like a man.
You know, I'm just trying to be me. It's just who I am.
Well, I've seen a couple of lady transvestites on the TV before, but, I've never seen a dude.
Sam, that's not how you say that.
Say what? Transvestites?
Yes. It's transgender. Transgender men.
I'm sorry. It's hard to keep track out here in Delos Crossing. The world's just moving on without us.
It's fine. Let's just change the subject.
Works for me. Tyler.
Thanks, Sam.
This is important to recognize, right? Like, how we assess danger is not simply in the moment in the game. It is also all of our history that comes with us, right? This is important to think about and to sort of ponder. And when we looked at this scene, we didn't want to get rid of it. There were a number of reasons for that. But we did do a lot of things to try to de-risk this situation for transgender participants. So if you look at the positioning of the shotgun in the scene when it's playing and things like that, there are ways we try to make Sam sort of immediately de-escalate rather than overtly escalating. The other way that this is a little bit different is that oftentimes in branching narrative games, there's a large focus on whether or not you've changed the plot. This is an instance where we refused to allow players to change the plot. And Donut did this because they thought Sam should change, and they didn't want people to feel like they had done it wrong, that they had somehow picked the wrong option to influence Sam. Instead, what changes in the game is the way that Sam interacts with you, and it reflects the way that you interacted with him. So this is a good example of just like two different perspectives coming together to see the same thing in a very, very, very different way. The other thing that I would say is that a lot of my concerns initially were on behalf of trans participants, right? I really, I'll be perfectly honest, had a deep worry where I just wondered, oh no, what are we going to do to these poor people? Not that anybody had bad intentions, but I was just profoundly worried that our execution was going to be upsetting in some way. But as we went through this process, it became increasingly clear that I was thinking about this the wrong way. Trans participants weren't the vulnerable participants in this situation. In part because I think GLAD helped us a lot with that. But also, I would say, trans participants became our core. They became our experts. I started moving out of this sort of model where I was thinking of them as people we were going to harm, and I started thinking about them as the people who were the most skilled to engage with our game, right? And part of why I came to this conclusion actually came from a cisgender participant. There was, of all the people that I ran, only one person who had never heard of transgender people and didn't think they existed, quote, outside of fiction. It turns out that if you don't think that transgender people exist, it's extremely difficult to follow what's going on in this narrative. And the failure here was catastrophic. I'm not going to get into the details of how exactly they came to their conclusion, but I will tell you that instead of ever correcting and believing that Tyler was transgender, they somehow had a theory of essentially necromancers and a cult and mind control, and it got very complicated. I will say, this is the one population I really wish I'd figured out how to recruit more of. I still don't know how to recruit for a lack of knowledge. If anybody solves this, please email me. But it was important for me to see this person because they really highlighted the full range of experience. And once I started realizing that there was a large range of understanding within our cis participants and within our trans participants, I started seeing it kind of everywhere. There was one particular problem that really persisted, though, and this one sort of surprised me. It was quite difficult to convince some people that Tyler was transgender, or they would accept that sort of in theory, but then not really actually think through what that meant. As an example, we ran a narrative usability early on with a version of the game that was essentially identical to what we shipped with. So participants came in, they understood that there was a flashback with Allison and her twin, who was somewhat femme-presenting. They were then moved to adult Allison picking up her twin Tyler, who announces, "I am a trans man." Frequently, participants would spontaneously comment about how that was awesome and they love this kind of inclusive representation. But when I asked them to connect the flashback to the present day, they would stop, they would think about it, and come to the conclusion there must be triplets. They could not actually put it together, at least not initially. And typically they got it, but it took a couple of reps. And this is, by the way, part of why marketing told everybody that Tyler was transgender. I was an advocate for this because I didn't think that we could be subtle about this, right? It is also why Tyler has so many clues in his sort of initial room that you're exploring when you're meeting him for the first time about being transgender and about being out. You know, at times we would get feedback from some of our trans participants suggesting the details were a little on the nose. A good example of this is the calendar, right? In the calendar, he writes testosterone on it multiple times. And we got comments from players being like, I mean, yeah, sure, I kept a calendar, but like, I don't need to be told it's testosterone. I know what I'm taking. However, that's not there for trans participants. That's actually there for the cisgender participants to just sort of help them on board and think through what's happening here and what this means for Tyler, right? I will say, when we play tested the game in essentially its released form, there are still some players who don't really figure out what's going on with Tyler or can't really like lock in on a sense of what's happening until they reach that Sam confrontation. And I think that confrontation is helpful for people, both because Sam kind of embodies the struggle that the participant may be going through, but also unfortunately, it really is a kind of stereotypical moment. It's a very recognizable moment for people where they say, oh, right, that person's transgender. People are mean and weird to them about it. It became meaningful and grounded in those moments for those players. That is an unpleasant thing to think about. It is also why representation matters, right? And for me, it was important to make sure we didn't lose people along the way, particularly when these were people who were getting lost, not because they had any sort of bias, but because they just simply lacked understanding. I will say, across all of our sort of audience interactions, I do think there are certain patterns that I can call out here. So the subject matter experts, and this included both GLAD, but also when we were working with Checkpoint and things like this, were really great for providing history and providing context. And they would talk about, GLAD would talk about things in terms of the Hays Code, where participants would talk about things in terms of tropes, right? Players with lived experience tended to think about detail. They were really good about saying, yes, this is a true detail. No, this is not a true detail. This was super valuable. And I'll be honest and say, in certain instances, it was a very clear source of inspiration. At one point, this wasn't user research, but the Gleam group came and played through the game. And somebody pointed out that it would be really neat if Tyler, when he was a child, were to pick a name, because this is a very common experience that they had themselves experienced. And that's part of why Tyler has a nickname. And you see it throughout sort of the flashbacks, because this is Tyler beginning to assert himself.
Ollie's Diary. It's been a long time since I heard that name.
Was I the only one who ever called you that?
Actually, no. I used it at Fireweed for a while, until I settled on Tyler. Most people were pretty chill about the switch. Not everyone, though.
So there's one other method that I want to throw out for your consideration in terms of something that you might be able to apply to your own work. I will say this is one of the few things that I'm actually reapplying very, very swiftly, which is we did a check on the dialogue. So this is based on a analysis that a team did looking at Disney films and looking at who gets to talk in movies, right? And for a while, there was a sort of big sort of congratulations for Disney's, because they were moving to the princess films, where they were really centering the story around a female character. But when you actually look at who talks in those movies, it's not women, right? The balance is really, really off, in part because they have fewer number of lines, or because the lines that they have are just less interesting. They got to say, oh yes, and sort of agree to things. So what we did is we basically mimicked this analysis, where we got the audio director, did me a huge favor, and turns out was able to export the entire script into an Excel. I had no idea before this product that was possible, but it is. And once it is, I knew the line and I knew the character who was saying the line. It was relatively trivial for me to add up both the number of lines and the number of words that each character got to say. And then we could look at that across sort of demographic splits within the characters, right? If we were looking at age, if we were looking at gender, if we were looking at race, was the distribution of lines consistent with the baseline that we would have expected to see? So for instance, was there a 50-50 split when it came to gender? Turns out we weren't perfectly great at this the first time around. We did make some changes. I can't tell you specifically what you are, but I really love this analysis, in part because it really forced us to think through a couple of things. First of all, we actually had to think through what our base rates are. We ended up going not with Alaska, which is where Tell Me Why is set, but rather with sort of the US all up, because we thought that was more representative of our audience. And we thought about representation. We thought, hey, I'm not sure accuracy of Alaska is the important thing here, rather than making sure that we are producing a game where people have a chance to see themselves in it, right? That was the option that people made there. The other thing that I will say is I love this analysis because it's quick, it's easy, and I think it's a great UR analysis to hold ourselves accountable, right? Because this really is about how we make games, right? This may not seem like a UR thing, but I think it is for a few reasons. First of all, It's about math, and we do love math. That is kind of our jam. I'm not sure anybody else gets excited about checking base rates. And the second thing is it's data that will then drive an awkward conversation. And this also is our area of expertise. We have lots of terrible conversations with people based on data turning out to be like, whoops, not quite how we wanted. The third thing that I'm going to say is that I actually think it's also a good thing for UR to think about because I think it matters to the experience. And in particular, I think it matters to the experience if you are casting in such a way that the character and the actor have alignment in terms of who they are, right? So in our case, we cast a trans man who was amazing to play Tyler. This was very important. He was able to provide, Ox Black was able to provide a lot of sort of notes in terms of making sure that the lines felt natural and felt good and really sort of worked and provide that kind of level of polish. That is one way that casting improves an experience. But in this particular case, I think it's also important to notice the fact that we also included trans actors when it came to localization. And I'm not really convinced that they got to have the same influence over the story. I kind of suspect they didn't because it was pretty locked by the time it moved to localization. That being said, I can tell you based on player reaction that this matters. It matters to the experience. It changes your perception of the experience to know that the people who are being paid by this game, the way the game is made, it is also representative. And this is another form of representation we need to think about. In the same way that we're having hard conversations about crunch and what that means for experience, I think it's worthwhile for you to have hard conversations with your team about representation of the people who you're hiring. So with all of these methods and all of these audiences, I think there is sort of a question of like, do we feel successful? Was this game successful? And I don't really know how to answer that question. There's so many ways to think about this. On the one hand, I can definitely point you to reviews from the community, reviews that make us so proud because they saw what we were trying to do and they told us we were doing it well. And I cannot talk sort of about the importance that was for the team. That was so important for them to see. I will also say it was also really useful for us to see some of the criticism coming out of the community because people were engaging deeply in this. And even if we didn't necessarily agree, it was so wonderful to see that conversation. I will also tell you that the audience that Tell Me Why draws is in fact more open to LGBTQIA individuals. Not because they themselves necessarily share that identity, but because when we measure them on metrics of sort of inclusion or openness to individuals, they score higher than other games that we've released and other sort of samples of Xbox Live, essentially. So the way that we measure this, and I'm going to give you all the questions here, GLAD gave us a set of questions. We altered these so that they would work for gaming. I will tell you a couple of things when applying these. I do think that these smaller component questions are really important. They have a lot more variability and I think are a lot more diagnostic. Sometimes you can see like basically no difference in some of the high level scores, but at the same time, if you look at some of the lower level scores, you say, oh, no, people are moving around at this and you see population differences there. For the record, you are welcome to use our wording if you would like to. I can't give you the exact numbers that we came out of with this just because I think that that's a product of the pipeline along with these questions. That being said, if you can set yourself up a pipeline, I can tell you that these are diagnostic. The other thing I will say is that I do find it pretty useful to bin by demographic stats here. So as a general pattern, I will say women tended to be more open to LGBTQIA inclusion across all of our games. And similarly, I look a fair bit at gender sort of bins. And in particular, I'm using like Gen Zs versus millennials versus Gen X, that kind of thing. Part of why I'm binning by generation is that although there's a lot of rhetoric out there about Gen Z being more inclusive or welcoming, or just sort of not thinking about gender in the same way, I will say that I don't necessarily see that reflected in the scores. More typically, I see millennials in my samples being more inclusive when measured by these questions. I can also tell you, by the way, that I think this is a game that can work for people who are coming at it from a very different perspective than the trans community, right? And for me, this was really, really important. I think approachability matters on these topics. It is one of those things where I have immense pride when I see reviews of people who basically say, I didn't think that I was going to be into this because I'm not really a supporter of the LGBTQIA community, but I really liked the game. I think this is important for me because I think this is how representation works, right? You know, there's the fundamental idea that there's nothing more powerful than a person coming out, and yet at the same time, there's extreme risk involved when people do that. Tyler has the advantage of being fictional, and if he is the first transgender person that somebody interacts with, yes, let's have that be a good experience for them, and let's have them understand and get a realistic sort of perspective of how to interact with somebody who is transgender. These are things that I think are wins coming out of this game, though I'll be honest and say I don't actually know how broad spread that is. I don't have a really good metric there. I will also tell you that one win I personally have is that I really now have a different way to think about representation. And this, for me, actually becomes clearest when I'm talking about this title within Microsoft and people are trying to be nice to me. They oftentimes pay me a compliment that I find sort of uncomfortable now. And I know they mean well. I hear it that way. I appreciate the compliment, but it still kind of skeeves me out. And essentially, the compliment reminds me a lot of a quote from Frost, right? When he talks in his poem about two roads diverged in a wood and I took the one less traveled. And that has made all the difference. This characterization of like two paths and you take the one that is less popular and isn't that heroic tends to be how I worry people are seeing me. I don't think about this experience this way, right? I don't think that this was a simplistic choice. I don't think it was a matter of picking a path and going through it. I think it was a matter of beating your way through the jungle in the hopes you would end up somewhere non-disastrous. I'm really proud of where we ended up. I understand, like, looking from the outside, it could be hard to see the difficulty we had getting there. But for me, there's a pride in persistence, right? And when I think about the strategy that we used, it's not around trying to separate ourselves from others or sort of trying to not be that. Rather, I think about the strategy in terms of just being the change you want to see in the world. You know, Donut had a very explicit vision and a very explicit goal they wanted to achieve and embody. And I think that they were able to do that. I hope that they were able to do that. I believe that you helped them on the path to doing that. And to be honest, that's kind of what we're good at. We're really good at supporting a design vision. So I hope within your own field, within your own span of control, you can find a vision around deep representation that you think is worth supporting. And don't let anyone's embarrassment, yours or other people's, stop you from figuring out the right thing to do. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I wish you the best of luck through this problem. I hope you have strong allies and advocates within your team. It is a hard problem. It is one that is fraught with so much tension and so much difficulty and so much uncertainty, but I absolutely believe it is worth the effort. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Emma Barrio, the GRUXonline conference chair. I hope you're enjoying our talk so far. If you'd like to be a part of the conversation with our attendees, join on the YouTube live chat or in our Discord. Links are in the description below. Hello, it's almost the end of the day and we have one awesome talk left. Celia Hodent, PhD, who is an expert in games UX as well as cognitive psychology, is here today to talk about and answer our questions. A little bit more about Celia. She is a consultant, speaker, and acclaimed author of 2 books. First, The Gamer's Brain, How Neuroscience and UX Can Impact Video Game Design, and the recently published The Psychology of Video Games. Welcome, Celia.
Thanks, Emma, and hi, everyone. I hope everybody is doing well and staying safe in these weird times, and I'm really happy to be with you today.
We're really glad we made it out. We made it work. It's morning there and it's evening
Mhm.
here, and
Mhm.
you couldn't be live on the day because of time zone differences. So I'm really
Yeah,
happy
I'm
to
in
record.
California, so yeah, we have a 9-hour or 8 or 9-hour difference.
I think 10
So
or
it's
something. So
complicated.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah, we had scheduling difficulties because we weren't sure of the time differences, daylight savings and
Yeah,
everything. So
exactly. Daylight savings is not good UX.
no. But yeah, we've got tons of questions from our community, which is great. So how about we just jump right in?
Yeah, let's do it.
So, you've worked internally to different game studios as well as an independent consultant. What are the biggest differences between them? Does anything remain the same regardless of where you are?
Yeah, so some things are the same and some things are different. So I, as an employee, I worked in 4 different studios at Ubisoft Paris. I worked at Ubisoft Montreal. Then I worked at LucasArts in San Francisco and at Epic Games in North Carolina. And the common ground in across all these studios is I was hired to bring either knowledge from cognitive psychology or neuroscience, which is actually more cognitive science, or to advance the UX maturity or boot up the UX initiative in a studio, just like at LucasArts or at Epic Games. And so the common ground across all these things is typically it's you have to advocate for it. So yes, you were hired by someone, but then you have to work with other people that don't know who you are, where you're here, what is UX. Back like 10 years ago, there was a lot of questions like, why do we need a psychologist in here? And so there's a lot of try to convince and show that hey, I come in peace, and I'm here to design for you, and I'm just here to help you accomplish your goals. So there's a lot of advocating and listening and making sure we can work together. Whereas as a consultant today, typically when I'm cold, it's oftentimes as the team itself that I've heard of my work, or they understand UX better because 10 years after, hopefully there's a more understanding of UX, and so I don't have to do that much convincing. It's more I can jump right in to help them out, because the people who still need convincing, they're not hiring me to consult at their studio. So it's a little bit, the dynamic is a bit different. But then what remains the same is we all have the same challenges trying to figure it out. And I see a lot of, whether in consulting work or whether I was working as an employee, I still see a lot of difficulty communicating inside a team, and to stay focused on what experience are we offering to whom, and that remains the same. So the challenges are the same even across countries, because I've been doing consulting work now. I'm super privileged to be able to travel. I mean, before COVID, of course, to meet the people where they are across a lot of different countries. And it's interesting to see that everybody has the same challenges. I mean, it's just so hard to stay focused on what we're trying to accomplish, to stay on track. So that's the great thing. What I'm missing is being able to work closely with one team and just to see that baby taking shape and then being realized to the will. That's something I miss. But I'm glad I can meet with so many different people today. So that's the cool part.
Yeah, it must be really cool to see both sides and kind of experience both of them.
I can't complain. It's a very, very cool job.
No, really. Speaking of your cool job, the gamer's brain covers a lot of theory about and neuroscience. How do you apply psychological concepts and move from theory to action with studios? And what's the thought process of design process that UX teams can use to really apply them?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because there's always a big gap in between theory and practice. So yeah, in the gamer's brain, I mean, there's two main parts. Like the first part is more about how the brain works and what is motivation and emotion, and then the second part is more like, okay, what is the framework that we can use so that we can follow it, so we don't forget anything. So it's just the process is a lot of things. So having a design thinking process whereby you just start by pausing your hypothesis, trying to solve for a problem, and you iterate and you empathize with your audience, and then you prototype and you test it out, and then you see what's going on, and then you tweak your prototype, and you go through that loop. That's the process that we cling on to, because that's the one that really helps us move forward and keep us on track of what we're trying to accomplish. And then we can. That's the reason why the ingredients of game UX, when I divide it into usability and engageability with like a checklist. This is really how I envision it, and this is how it helps me like every day. Sometimes I'm asked to do a UX evaluation of a game. I put that in front of me so I don't forget what are the ingredients. So of course, we can use many more heuristics, but at least, having these guidelines like very broad in front of me all the time, I can always remember, okay, what are the usability issues in here, and how do they affect motivation, emotion, or game flow, so that I can have a better idea of the priority. So I hope that I didn't make a too lousy job of explaining the process and how we can use that, so that it's not just theory, it's practice, so that we can identify very early on what are the issues, and more importantly, understand what are the more important issues, and to prioritize these things, because that's the main problem in the game industry, in many industries, but in game industry more specifically, is everything's on fire all the time. And so we need to figure out what to fix first, and what are the things that can be fixed after the game is launched. So yeah, I would say like the design thinking process and having like these ingredients all the time in terms of usability, signs and feedback, are they clear, do we have form follows function, and then how do they affect what I call the engageability part regarding human motivation and emotion and game flow. That's really, I use that all the time, so just to remind myself of what is important and where we're trying to go.
Now that's a great answer. It's difficult to answer, and it depends on your understanding of the concepts as well, right? So
yeah, and it depends on the project. It depends on where we're at in the process. So that's the reason why I'm giving a very broad answer. Yeah. But hopefully, that's it's just really the mindset, and UX. I say that all the time. It's a mindset more than anything. So if you have the mindset, then at every step in the process, you can just stop and think and like, okay, does this make sense for the experience I want to offer to this audience, and what are our assumptions, and how can we verify that our assumptions are true, and just like step by step get there.
Yeah. And also, as always, experience helps, but you have to start somewhere, and the checklist is a really helpful tool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm even like I'm starting to have a lot of experience. I still verify, and I'm still every time I look at my list, like, did I forget something? Because I know I can't rely on my memory. So we have to check on our biases. It's that's the thing. So when you start to be good, have experience in any discipline, you rely too much on your intuition, and this is when biases can kick in. They can kick in if you don't know too much about a discipline, so because you're too new and so you're not aware of many things. But at some point, when you feel that you're confident in your skills, is also when mistakes can kick in, and you fail to notice your biases, especially confirmation bias. So I would say, even with experience, it's important to check your own biases and make sure that you're not too confident in your skills, and you check on yourself.
Yeah, that's another take on the have a beginner's mindset, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of beginners, this is a great segue. Next question. For newcomers to the field of games user research, getting into games user research seems to get harder every year. What can you talent do to try and enter or transition into the industry today?
Yeah, I get that question a lot.
Yeah, I know.
So I wrote a big blog post on my website. So if you go to celiahooden.com, I think it's probably one of the top ones, because I think it's the latest one I wrote, or I don't remember actually, but yeah, I'm behind on the blog post I want to write. But anyway, I explained all this in detail. So yes, it's I would say it's harder in one sense, but it's easier in another sense, because now it is a thing, and now we have a community that we didn't have before, and so things are more established, and so it's easier in that way, and you can also rely on the community that we have. Like now we have a strong community, so that's really cool. But the main thing is to reach out to people. The game industry, it's still small in a way, and it's still hard to get a job just right off the bat and just by sending a resume. It's really important to network. So that would be the main thing, and network, and also produce stuff. So whether you're more into UX design or user research, it's nice to have a website where you can just like show off your skills and practice on, if you're into user research, and like the last game you play, you can just like very respectfully, because you have to be careful not to say, "Whoa, this game is shit." So respectfully go through it and explain what you identified as UX issues, understanding also that you don't know what the constraints were on the team, because there's a lot of things that we make compromises all the time. So sometimes we do know that this was a compromise, but we went for it because it was still better than doing something else. So anyway, there's trade-offs all the time, but as a UX researcher, you can exercise yourself and show off, what you can do. And as a UX designer, you can also, if you haven't worked in a company before, you can again pick the game that you've played lately and try to redesign a system that you think could be done better. So again, as long as it's respectful and you clearly say, "Hey, this is just an exercise. I really love this game and I wanted to break it down," then you have stuff to show off. And then take part in the conversation and join the GRUX Discord channel. And if you're here, you already know about the community. So I love this community. It's really super welcoming and open-minded. So that's really cool. I love that.
Yeah.
So that's my short answer. But then go read my my blog post. There's a ton of tips in there, and there's also resources they can go check.
Yeah, I'll make the link available somewhere so people can access it easily. But yeah, I remember when I found the community, and because before I felt very alone, and then I found that, oh no, there are tons of other people who feel alone, just like maybe in their studios, but then there are people who are doing this, and many of them, so it's been really great.
Yeah.
Riffing off of that a little bit, going a bit deeper, what can newcomers from minority and systemically disadvantaged groups do in particular to break in?
Yeah, so that's the part that is really concerning to me, because we don't have a lot of diversity in the game industry, and it's not getting much better. So it takes way more effort for marginalized folks to get in, for sure. So my advice is going to stay the same in the sense that you need to network, you need to find mentors. So again, you will be able to find mentors. There's a lot of people who are willing to help. So try to find someone who inspires you, or that you think you can reach out to. Of course, there's a lot of people busy, and that's sometimes it's the wrong moment, but keep asking, because you'll find someone who can help you out. There's also a lot of orgs that can help out. So again, in my blog post, I put a bunch of orgs that can help you out. And also you can check on the ethicalgames.org. So this is an initiative that I've started with a bunch of other people. And it's all about raising ethics in games. It's not just on the content side, it's also on the studio side. And so like making sure the game industry becomes more inclusive is really important. So on that website, ethicalgames.org, there is a learn more, or there's a page with more resources, and you'll find a lot of orgs to help out and push forward diversity and inclusion in the game industry. So look at all these orgs and reach out to them and join them, because that's really going to be helping you out. So that would be my main advice.
Yeah, that's really good. I don't even know all the orgs. I know there are plenty under IGDA. Recently, POC in play, the hashtag has been really trending, and I love it. It's been so eye-opening, and yeah.
So Twitter is another place that you can go into. So I'm a bit biased because I love Twitter. So I'm there all the time, but there's a lot of game developers on Twitter. So artists are also on Instagram, but game developers are allowed on Twitter. So yeah, you can use these hashtags. So again, on the ethicalgames.org, I link to, there's also a page on Uki that there's listing all the orgs. So you'll have all that on this page.
Yes. Now I lost track of which question we're on. Just a second. Here we are. For teams new to games user research and user experience design, their first steps are usually easy. Start with small studies and firefight. But what kind of advice do you offer to studios who want to build a process for UX to help them for years to come? We had another talk on this actually by people who are actually living this right now, but you've been through it, so it's been interesting to hear your take on it.
Yeah, I've been through it twice. That the first time, like at LucasArts, it was a bit abruptly stopped. Yeah, so I actually, that was the main point of my talk that I gave at GIC. So as how we advance UX maturity. It's very much what you were just saying. Like we start by making sure like people understand that UX is here to help, that UX professionals are coming in peace, and we're not here to design for the designers, for the game designers at least, and we're all in the same boat, and we're gonna move forward together. Then you have the quick wins, like you were talking about. So you focus on the people who are interested into UX practices and this knowledge, so you can demonstrate quick wins by changing a few things, and you iterate, and then you test and you retest, and you see it's getting better, and then other people are gonna say, hey, did you see what they did that? And then through word of mouth it's getting there. Then what's going to be important is to have a common language. So that's the reason why I insist a lot on these like usability and engageability guidelines, because these are not really USX, it's more guidelines to have a common language at the studio that QA people can also use when they report bugs. They can also very good at spotting problems. So I worked a lot with the QA teams at the different studios, so that we can try to have a same common language across the board, and making sure like every time someone is raising a problem, we can label it with the UX vocabulary, so that when you label a problem and you explain, well, yeah, we have a problem because this is a form follow function problem, like people don't understand the functionality based on the form of the item, then at some point it's getting faster to identify problems, and then it's faster to solve for them because people now understand what we're talking about and they understand the origin of the problem, and because perception is subjective, blah blah blah. Then it starts to get faster. Then you need to establish a process. So this is the part that's a bit difficult because you need more people on board, and pairing with producers was really, really helpful. Like I saw a huge difference when I was working on Fortnite. Even though the core team was super on board, it was still hard after a test to go through all the issues that we found and make the exec actionable. So this is when the work I did with Heather Chandler, producer at Epic Games, back in the day when we were both there, and she was working on Fortnite. We did a talk back in the day at GDC to talk about that. But she was super helpful because she established a production pipeline around these things to make sure like every time we had issue, like we could label them and we're using Jira or whatever you're using. And then there's a follow-up, and then there's a priority assigned, and it goes through, the producer can define, okay, do we need to focus on the feedback from the UX test, or is there something more important that we do right now? That's fine either way, as long as we're all on board and we understand why. But then we need to figure out when are we going to address these issues, and who's going to address them, and how we're going to fix them, and once they're fixed, for us, we verify if they're fixed for the users, for the players. And so establishing that pipeline and always having hypotheses before testing, and making sure that the team had a clear day on the day of the test, so they could come down to the lab and watch what was going on. So yeah, building up a lab is really cool to have, because it's physically like being together in the same room. We can feel that with the Zoom fatigue and the COVID. It's great that we have technology to be together, but being in the same room and see the frustration of someone like really like literally feet away from us, it's really not the same. So yeah, we can do it without it for sure. But that to me really was interesting, to always have people come down and discuss, and listening to discussion from the creative director or art director or our lead engineer. So it was really a great moment where we can all sit down and take a look and discuss and why we were thinking that things were going wrong. So that was great. But then the last part is to link that with KPI and to align with the UX strategy at the studio level. That last part, I'm not sure. I mean, it's really hard to get there. So I don't think I know any studio that got there for sure. I'm very dubious that we have a studio out there. If you believe at your studio that you're there, let me know, because that would be super cool. But I don't think we're at the the level at the UX culture when business is aligned and we have defined our values as a company, and so that we can offer all that, because there's a lot of focus on monetization and improving economy and improving revenues, which I totally understand. I mean, it's still a business. But this is not what UX culture is about. It's not just about increasing revenue. It's about making sure we offer the best experience possible, and that the experience that we offer is as we always focus on the user's best interest. So that part, ethics and inclusion and all that, accessibility, that's not, I wouldn't say that we have a UX culture that's strong like that in any studio right now. Slowly we're going to get there, hopefully. But that last step is going to take a while, I think.
Yeah, we've been taking great strides as an industry especially lately, but there is
No,
still
it's
room
true.
to grow and ways to go, definitely.
No, it's I'm not saying that everything's doomed. I'm super
No.
hopeful because it has changed quite a bit, and now we talk about more things. But we're still, I mean, there's still a lot of work to do. So, but it's cool. You know, it's cool that we get to do that and to grow our the game industry.
It is. And yeah, it's sometimes hard to straddle the line between like being too pessimistic and like reminding people that don't get complacent, that there's still room to grow, right? So yeah. Speaking more about research and design differences, there is, at least for some people and some roles and studios, a clear distinction between the two. Like these are the
Mhm.
user researchers and these are the user experience designers. But even there, the line gets a bit blurry when people are asked to offer design recommendations.
Mhm.
How do you find the line between suggestions or not? Yeah, that's the question. I don't know if you understand it. But
Yeah. No,
there's
I do.
also
I do.
a second
It's
part.
it's
Is there a role for UX generalists or UX specialists in a game company? Like, how do you feel the roles are? Should they be separate? And yeah,
yeah. So
more on
I'm
that.
not. Yeah. So at least I can answer for the part because I'm my view is it's good to give some suggestions so that it helps explain a little bit the issue better. But it's hard to give suggestions at the very beginning because the trust is not there yet. Because then you can step on, you don't want people calling you the usability police or thinking that, oh, you know better than me, how we should design it. So, I mean, it's walking on eggshells. You have to be careful a little bit. But once there's trust, then it's much easier. And at Epic, when I was leading the UX team there, I found it super valuable to have UX designers on the team that were here to try to prototype things where we were seeing that was not working well, because the UX designer embedded on the team, they had so many things to do. And so it was just hard when you're in the tunnel vision and there's like so much shit to get done, to be able to stop and iterate on something. And that can be frustrating for them because they typically UX designers, they love to do that. But so it's also hard. You don't want them to be frustrated when we do the cool part of just trying to figure stuff out. But the idea is also to help them out. And so as long as you do that in good intelligence with these people so that you're not overstepping on their toes, and you clearly, like, you're asking, hey, are you okay if we try to iterate on with stuff, and then we propose a few things and then we can discuss with you and see what you think. So if it's done that way, what I've experienced so far, it's helping because sometimes the solution is easier to find from a team that's a bit outside because we don't have as much pressure, and we're not as much as in the tunnel vision sometimes as the UX designers embedded on the team. So I hope that answers a little bit the question, and I think it's valuable to do that. But there's a way to do it correctly so that people don't feel that the part that is fun for many UX designers is slipping away from them. So it has it has to be done very carefully so it's not annoying for anyone. And what was the second part of the question? Oh, the generalist.
Yeah, generalists and
Yeah.
specialists.
So I consider myself more of a generalist, although I don't call it myself generalist. I call myself a strategist. Strategist. It's much more pompous. I feel more important. But I think there's value in both, because again, when you're a specialist, you focus a lot on one thing, and that's really important to have expertise in one element, and you can really dive deeper into that. But it's also good to have people have more like a broad approach, and to make sure that we stay on track on everything. That's my friend and former colleague at Ubisoft, Jean Guédon, is he's very fan of the zoom in, zoom out philosophy, and I found that very valuable. It's important. Sometimes you zoom in on something and you just like try to solve for a problem, but it's important every now and then to take a step back and make sure that everything makes sense still, because sometimes if we zoom in too much and we're expert in one thing and we just like have our blind spots and we just like focus on there, then we lose track of where we were trying to go, and sometimes you wake up like, wait a minute, is this still really meaningful for our players? So I found value in both. I think there's room for everyone, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. I think also it depends on the size of the team. So if there are more people, then
It's
there could
true.
be more specialists on different things.
No, for sure. Yeah, you're not. The smaller the team, the more teams of one you have, and so you have to do it all. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Moving on, how would you describe the variety of research methodologies being used in game studios, and what are the barriers that prohibit the use of more diverse research methods?
Yeah, so it's not very diverse so far. And I'm not sure we need it. So I mean that's completely a subjective opinion. But I still find so much value in just like watching players and sending, give them the surveys so they can answer questions and we can figure it out. Biometrics, as I started to get in the game industry. Mainly eye tracking, but I mean, it's things are so fast in the game industry. It's really tedious to invite over a bunch of people and then have enough people to gather good data from not telemetry data from biometrics. And it's the cost benefit right now. It is interesting and we can explore things, but it's right now it's not, the balance is a bit off. I still find it much more viable to just stick to the traditional like observation and just like survey people. Maybe because I'm getting old. It's just like it's just I don't know. But I still find it a bit hard to justify like the use of a lot of biometrics. So we'll see. And there's also at some point some ethical questions to raise. Like for example, in France, it's you're not allowed to use like a brain imagery to for marketing or like purposes of business purposes. You can only do that for health purposes or educational purposes or like academic research, because they're raising concerns like if you want to look into what is the emotional reaction in the brain when you have one scent versus another scent, and so we're going to use that scent in our shops, for example, in our stores. As the French, the French government was like, yeah, that sounds a little bit, you're really manipulating people. So the problem is that it's it's really tricky because we're not as good as understanding how the brain works. But I do understand, the ethical line that we need to think about. So with biometrics, we do need to think about that. Is if it's not really useful for gameplay, and do we really need to use it? So it's a tricky question. But that's probably the reason why it's not very varied right now in the research methods that we're using. It's still very traditional.
Yeah, but they still deliver a lot of bang for the buck, like you said. So yeah.
I mean, it's still very useful to see someone frustrated in front of an issue, and I don't need to know what is the heart rate at that moment because I understand that the person is frustrated. But again, confirmation biases, and I need to also take a step back into my position, and maybe at some point it's going to be easier to gather using more methodologies. Why not? But right now it's just the game industry is still always running and we still always have to do things like for yesterday. So it's just hard in this condition to really innovate in terms of research methodologies, I would say.
Yeah. And yeah, like you said, when you see someone clearly frustrated, it's really like it makes things really obvious. But also I've seen my share of really stone-faced playtesters who are just like,
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea what they're doing. And that's when I think like, wait,
No,
if there was
yeah.
another way. But you have to have a mix of both, and as long as you test regularly, you get what you need.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're down to our last two questions. So, where do you think teams should make compromises, balancing iterative redesigns, but also wanting to speed up the whole development process because of time, money, deadlines, or other restrictions?
Yeah, that's really very much what we do every day in UX, especially in UX research. Yeah, so it's what Ian Livingston was calling the good enough research, and when he did a talk at the first Game UX Summit, oh gosh, it was in 2016. So like an eternity ago, or 26. Anyway, yeah, we need to balance it out, and that's the reason why UX has to be a mindset. Because if we just like looking at the research and then you have all the priorities and all the things that we need to fix, then it's very overwhelming. And that's the reason why, working with Heather was super useful, because every now and then we sit down and we're looking at all the UX issues that we had. And we also had that the top five that we knew was affecting engagement, and not, just a part of the process. And we were trying to find out what is affecting, for example, players' competence. If players don't feel competent, it's very likely that they're not going to keep playing. And so we try to always keep up these top five kind of thing, and how we going to solve for that, to again have a zoom out kind of thing, instead of being overwhelmed by the hundreds of UX issues that we had to solve, and how do we start. So this is where the compromise is starting to take place, when as a team, with UX expertise on one end and the core team on the other end, is trying to figure out, okay, what do we need to focus on? What is the most critical impact on the experience that we want to offer, so that we can start to figure it out. But if you don't have a production pipeline where UX is really UX research is really embedded in the process, when everybody's on board, it's really hard to do. So that's the reason why it's really I say that again and again. Some people always ask me, when is the good time to add UX in the process? UX is the process. You don't add it at some point in the process. So having that UX mindset is what's going to help everyone to try to prioritize issues and find out what are, like Don Norman says, it's not, solving problems is not that complicated. It's solving the right problems that are complicated. So finding what are the problems we need to solve and how to fix them, that's the challenge. And we can't really do that if we're all working in a silo. So
that is a good answer.
Thank you. That's the only one I got. So
and a lighter one maybe, or maybe a harder one at the end. We'll see how you find it. If you had a chance to give one piece of advice to your younger self, just starting following the user research path, what would that be?
Yeah, that's not lighter. It's always really hard, because of the hindsight bias. But I would probably say to myself, meritocracy is bullshit. Because as a woman, I had to work twice as hard as some other people to have a seat at the table, and I also realized that other people that are more marginalized, it's just that I'm white, so it's not that hard. Have to work twice as hard as I did to maybe not even have a seat at the table, and that's very frustrating. And so, of course, if you don't work hard, you don't get anywhere. But it's that, it's just hard to realize at some point in your career is okay, so it's not enough. It's not enough to prove yourself time and again, and to try to never make mistakes, which we do. But the more marginalized you are, the harder it is to recover from a mistake. When you can see like people who are more included in the process, they can make mistakes, and we should be able to make mistakes. But that's a problem, and so meritocracy is not a thing, and we need to all acknowledge that, and to help each other out when we see that this is happening. I mean, again, it's easy to say, "Oh, poor me," I worked hard, and look at the others, and when you do that, you lose sight of the other people that worked even harder than you did, and they're not even like at the seat that you're saying, oh, I should have a bigger seat. So it's really important to think about this and to try to open the doors and to include everyone and make sure that everybody can equally fail and then work, to overcome their failures so that we can all become better. And so, yeah, I'm sorry. It's not, you were hoping maybe for a light answer. It's not.
No, I knew that
not
this
super
could
light.
go either way. Yeah.
So yeah, but it's still important to work hard. I only, yeah, it's really important to try to stay on track of what we're trying to accomplish. But it's also important to remember that, when you work for a company, it's not your family. And yes, I'm sure I love a lot of people that I work with. But when you work for a company, it's not working with people. And in a sense, I'm really privileged to be able to work as a consultant, because now I can focus on the people rather than the organization. So that's really the part that I love about consulting. I work with people. I don't have to take part into the politics of a specific system, or, to thinking, someone's going to backstab me or whatever. Maybe that happens anyway, but I can't even see it. I'm peacefully unaware of that. But yeah, it's this. So it's important to focus on the people. And to remember that there's stuff in the society that we also need to fix. You need to UX the shit out of that. It's not good.
Yeah. I'm very cognizant that I've taken up a lot of your time and you need to move on really soon. So thank you, Celia, for taking time to answer our questions, and I hope
Thank you
to
so
talk
much.
to you
And
soon later.
yeah, thanks to everyone who asked questions. And, as always, I'm available on Twitter if you want to ask me more questions. And yeah, I love the UX community. I love the fact that we are always putting ourselves into question, and we are stopping and thinking, and we are asking the hard questions and try to get better. So I really love the UX community. So yay, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Emma Barrio, the GRUXonline conference chair. What a day! So many great talks and conversations. Thank you once again to all our wonderful speakers who took their time and expertise and shared it with us. And thank you also to all our volunteers who made this day happen. And thank you for everyone who watched and participated in the conversation. That made the day extra special. Like I said earlier, the videos that we have permission for will be made available on our YouTube channel soon, so you can go check the things that you missed or want to go back to later. If you want to keep the conversation going, you can join our Discord server, a link for which is on our website. Also, like I said at the top of the day, this conference was never meant to replace the Games UR Summit that was supposed to happen last spring. Actually, that's been pushed to next spring. It's 2021, and they have a small message for us. We're thrilled to announce that the Games UR Summit North America was postponed earlier this year, will be taking place online for the first time in 2021 on Thursday, May 20th and Friday, May 21st. As this is the rescheduled event originally planned for May 2020 in Montreal, we're so excited for the speakers to finally have the chance to give their talks. Stay tuned for more information to come. So for that information, you can follow us on Twitter or check out our website to get the most up-to-date information. You can also sign up for our newsletter that's on our website if you don't want to check these things regularly. But today is done. Thank you so much for being with us. Hope to talk to you later. Bye.